Cultivation Online audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 12, 1000. Contribution points. What's the matter, Senior? Yuan asked him once the rest of the disciples had left the room. Grand Elder Xuan told me to hand you this identification token to you, said the sect elder as he handed Yuan another identity token. Identification token? But I already have one. Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Don't ask me, I am just following the Grand Elder's orders. The sect elder shrugged before walking away in a hurried manner, almost like he didn't want to stay there any longer. What kind of background does that disciple have that the Grand Elder would do something like this for him? The sect elder wondered to himself after leaving the building, as this is his first time seeing a Grand Elder being involved with a mere outer court disciple, and he made a mental note to not offend a disciple named Yuan. Once the sect elder was gone, Yuan used his spiritual sense to activate the identification token, and inside his mind appeared the location of his living quarters. However, since he has two identification tokens, Yuan looked into both of them just in case there was a difference. Dragon Essence, Temple Identification Bronze Token. Disciple Name, Yuan, Disciple Status, Outer Disciple, Living Quarters, Outer Court, Building number 2600. The most up-to-date novels are published on LitRPG. Cool. Contribution points, 0. Offenses, 0. Dragon Essence Temple Identification Gold Token. Disciple Name, Yuan. Disciple Status, Outer Disciple. Living Quarters, Outer Court, Building number 70. Mission completed, 0, updated from LitRPG. Comparate contribution points, 1000. Offenses, 0, 1000 contribution points. Although he didn't know its worth, Yuan was delighted to suddenly have 1000 contribution points. While Yuan didn't know this, the 1000 contribution points was a portion of what Elder Xuan earned after winning the gamble regarding his results during the Tablet of Comprehension. There were also two different buildings, so Yuan decided to take a look at the living quarter attached to the bronze token, which was building number 3600 within the outer sect. After following the map in the token for about half an hour, Yuan arrived before this ordinary-looking building. Once he used the token to open the door, Yuan entered the house and looked around. There were many rooms available inside the house, 6 to be exact, and 5 of them had their doors closed, whilst the room near the end of the hallway was open. Yuan walked to the end of the hallway to look inside the room, and as he'd expected, the room was completely empty. This isn't much better than the guest room I'd stayed 7 days in. Yuan was baffled when he saw how the bed alone took up half of the entire room. Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. However, at least this bed has a mattress on it. The quality of the mattress was another matter, though, as it was tough and uncomfortable. Of course, Yuan was unaware that there was a good reason as to why an elite sect such as the Dragon Essence Temple would have such poor living conditions, as having a comfortable bed or environment would only encourage laziness, hence why the sect is making it difficult for the disciples to relax and be lazy. Hopefully the other building is slightly better. Yuan sighed before walking out of the room. Are you a new disciple? One of the other 5 closed rooms there suddenly opened, and a young man around Yuan's age walked out of the room at the same time. Yuan walked out of his room. Yes, I am. Yuan nodded. I see. Well, welcome to building number 2600. My surname is Shen, and I became a disciple here not long ago, 3 months ago. The disciple extended his hand for a handshake. Yuan accepted the handshake and introduced himself. My name is Yuan, and I just passed the disciple examination. Oh. Did you perhaps manage to see Fairy Min during the examination? Disciple Shen suddenly changed topics. New novel chapters are published on LitRPG on Fairy Min? Oh, yes, I saw her achieving 50 steps during the 3rd examination. Yuan nodded. Damn, you lucky bastard managed to witness Fairy Min's glory. I wish I was there, if only I didn't decide to participate in the previous examination. Disciple Shen exclaimed, dumbfounding Yuan. Is she that famous? Yuan asked him afterward. Of course. Don't tell me you've not heard of her family. The Min family? They are one of the 7 legacy families. Disciple Shen spoke with an admiring look on his face. Legacy families? What are those? Yuan raised his eyebrows, as this is his first time hearing such a thing. You must have come from a backwater place if you don't even know of the 7 legacy families. They are the most influential and powerful families within the lower heavens. However, the most special thing about the legacy families is their history and background, as they are merely branches of a much larger power in the upper heavens. Why would they do that? Yuan asked. To train their descendants, obviously. If their descendants, which is Fairy Min in this case, fulfill her family's legacy, she will receive immense status and power once she returns to her family in the upper heavens. And for a family to have their own legacy, the Min family must be immensely powerful even in the upper heavens. Wow. The cultivation world is much more complicated than I thought, Yuan mumbled in a low voice. New novel chapters are published on Licht Novelpub.com. Anyways, I'm going to see if there are any easy missions I can partake in at the mission hall. I'll see you around, fellow disciple. Disciple Shen waved at him before leaving the building. Meanwhile, Yuan followed the map and his second identification token and went to his second living quarters. This is, however, before he even reached his building, Yuan was quickly dumbfounded by the luxurious buildings located in this area, feeling as though he'd accidentally entered the wrong neighborhood that was meant for the wealthy and powerful disciples. Am I going to live here? Yuan wondered as he looked for building number 70, chapter 122. You don't belong here. After walking around for a few minutes and following the building numbers, Yuan finally arrived at building number 70, and it was a large building with 2 floors. This is definitely better than the previous house, but this might be a little too much of an improvement. Yuan stood in front of the building for a minute to admire the aesthetics of these buildings. Congratulations on passing the disciple examination, Fairy Min. Of course, we knew you'd pass the examination before you even took it. Forget about passing the examination. Fairy Min had achieved 50 steps in the Silver Pond. It has been 7 years since someone managed such a feat. I'm sure the Min family will be ecstatic once they hear of this. How would you like to celebrate this occasion? Should we have a feast at the Dragon Pavilion later? That sounds like a great idea. What do you think, Fairy Min? The food's on us. When Yuan overheard this conversation, he turned around and noticed a large group of disciples walking with a beautiful young lady, Fairy Min. However, these disciples were not wearing the outer court's uniform. The outer court disciples are given plain white clothes as their uniforms, whilst the inner court disciples get to wear colorful blue and green uniforms, and that was what the majority of the disciples following Fairy Min were wearing. Fairy Min suddenly stopped walking when she noticed Yuan standing not far away, and the other disciples also stopped to look at Yuan. Who's that guy? I don't recognize his face. One of the disciples there said, I don't either. Then what's he doing in this area? Looking at his uniform, he's only an outer court disciple. Besides Fairy Min, who's from one of the 7 legacy families and the top-ranking disciples, how many outer court disciples get to live here? He must have gotten lost or something, while the disciples mumbled to each other, trying to figure out Yuan's ability. Fairy Min narrowed her eyes and stared at Yuan with a pondering expression. Why does it feel like I have seen him somewhere before? Fairy Min thought to herself. She was confident that she has never seen Yuan before, yet she couldn't shake off this feeling that she has seen him somewhere before, and it was very recently too. However, her thoughts were quickly interrupted by the disciples around her. Hey, you there, what do you think you're doing in this place? This is not a place where ordinary outer court disciples can just wander around. Get out of here. New novel chapters are published on LitNovelPub.com. Hearing the disciples' question, Yuan responded in a calm voice. But I live here. What? You live here? The disciples exchanged glances with each other before one of them asked, Are you a new disciple? Which family do you belong in? Yes, I just passed the disciple examination, and I don't belong to any family, Yuan said. How can a nobody, a new disciple no less, be assigned a house in this area meant for the privileged? Did the sect elders make a mistake somewhere and accidentally gave him the wrong house? One of the disciples spoke his thoughts out loud. That must be a case. Although it's uncommon, mistakes like this are bound to happen every so often. The other disciples quickly agreed with the disciple who just spoke. You heard us. There must have been a mistake that allowed you to get a house in this place. Return to the sect elder who handed you your identification token and tell him about the mistake. If you want to live in this area, you must either be ranked top 10 in the disciple ranking for the Outer Court Disciples ranking, or come from a prominent family like ferrymen here. Hurry up and get out of here. You're ruining our moods. Yuan was speechless. These disciples were essentially telling him to tell Grand Elder Yuan that he'd made a mistake. New novel chapters are published on LitRPG. After a moment of silence, Yuan said to the disciples, I don't think there were any mistakes. Now, if you'll excuse me, I would like to settle down in my new home. Yuan turned around and began walking towards his house. The disciples were dumbfounded by Yuan's daring response. Meanwhile, the disciple who just told Yuan too, The audacity! Do you know who you are talking to? I am an inner court disciple. Since you are a new disciple, I won't blame you too much. However, for you to claim that you live here despite what we told you whilst being a nobody, that's spitting in the faces of everyone that lives here, which includes ferrymen. Therefore, I am going to need you to get on your knees and apologize to her. The inner court disciple stepped forward and pointed at Yuan with an overbearing aura. Yuan was speechless. It hasn't even been half a day since he got to live life as a disciple, and he's already in an awkward situation with other disciples. Do you hear me? Get on your knees and apologize to ferrymen. The inner court disciple repeated, seemingly adamant about making Yuan apologize. However, despite his humble nature, Yuan was not the type to apologize for something he didn't do, especially if the other party was being unreasonable. Updated from Light Novel Pub. Why should I apologize? If there has truly been a mistake with my lodging, I will leave. However, you did not hand me my identification token, so you don't know that. Yet you're telling me to apologize. Don't be unreasonable. Yuan said to the disciples with a slight frown on his face, and he continued, If you want to continue arguing that I don't belong here, you can bring a sect elder here, and we can settle it that way. Until then, I'm going to stay here. Goodbye. Yuan turned around and opened the door with the identification token before walking inside. Get back here, you little bastard. Yuan heard an angry shout as he entered the building, but he ignored it and closed the door, leaving the people outside completely speechless, as this is the first time they have encountered an outer court disciple like Yuan chapter 123 returning with a sect elder. That damn disrespectful little brat? He's only a mere outer court disciple who'd just passed the disciple examination. How dare he disrespect and defy so many inner court disciples? Who the fuck does he think he is? The inner court disciple that Yuan ignored stomped the floor angrily, feeling his blood boiling from anger, as this is his first time being treated in such a fashion ever since he became an inner court disciple, and to make things even worse, it had happened right in front of Fairy Min, the woman he admired. Right. I have never seen a disciple that disobedient towards his seniors. There must be something wrong with that disciple's head. He was probably dropped on the head when he was young. Since he wants to play, I'll play with him. He thinks everything will be okay if a sect elder is involved. I'll show him just how mistaken he is. A mere outer court disciple dares to defy me. Courting death, the inner court disciple sneered. Anyway, I will apologize for that disciple's crime. Please don't mind him. I'll have him kicked out of this place as soon as possible, after all. Only privileged geniuses such as yourself are worthy of living here. The inner court disciple said to her with a smile on his face. You can do whatever you want. Fairy Min spoke for the first time, yet her voice was without emotions, almost like she was not interested in the situation or the disciples following her. Anyway, what do you think about our offer, Fairy Min? Do you want to celebrate with us at the Dragon Pavilion later today? The other disciples continued to ask her. No, thank you. I am busy with other things, Fairy Min said to them before she began walking again. A few moments later, ferrymen stopped in front of a certain building and began walking towards the door. When the disciples following her saw the building she was approaching, their faces dropped and their complexions paled. Visit LIKNOW Velpub. Come for a better experience. What? That's ridiculous. Ferryman's living quarters is actually right beside that little bastard. One of the disciples exclaimed out loud. Indeed, Ferryman was assigned to building number 69, making Yuan her neighbor. He won't be living there for long. That's right. It'll be a miracle if he's still living in that building after today. I would love to break that door down and drag that little fucker out here and give him a good beating, but this is a special place that even we inner court disciples cannot intrude. Enough talking. I'm going to get a sect elder to force that bastard out here and kowtow to us. I'm going to let him know the disparity between an outer court disciple and an inner court disciple today. Ha 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 ha. I'll stay here to make sure he doesn't go anywhere or try to run away. It's too late even if he's realized his mistakes. After today, he won't ever dare to disrespect another inner court disciple again. The inner court disciple nodded before leaving the scene to look for a sect elder, whilst the other disciples lingered around the area, patiently waiting for him to return in anticipation for some good drama. Meanwhile, inside her house, after closing the door, Fairy Min sighed out loud. What a bunch of annoying and shameless individuals. I don't even know them yet. They're treating me as though we're best friends because of my background. Visit lightknowvelpub.com for a better experience. The inner court disciples and other disciples that had been following Fairy Min were complete strangers that decided to follow her on their own will, but such a scene was not uncommon for her. As the young lady of the Min family, there are always people looking for an opportunity to form a connection with her because of her powerful family, and it has been that way since she was young. However, she quickly learned that ignoring them and treating them as though they are invisible was the best solution, hence why she didn't tell them to go away. Though I do feel sorry for that outer court disciple. He has offended so many inner court disciples on his first day as a new disciple in this sect, and I share some blame for his situation, as I was the one who brought them with me, even if it wasn't intentional. Ferryman sighed, however. It was too late to save the outer court disciple after everything that had happened, as the hole he dug himself was simply too deep. Even if a sect elder solves the problem with the lodging, the inner court disciples will surely continue to make that outer court disciple's life a living hell for offending them. Furthermore, as a member of a legacy family, she cannot meddle with others' affairs too much as it could reflect on her family as a whole, something she cannot afford to happen even if she has to turn a blind eye to some unfortunate young man. Sometime later, the inner court disciple returned to Yuan's living quarters with a sect elder by his side. Heavens, that Chao Kang actually brought back Elder Yao, who is known for being especially harsh on outer court disciples while being the complete opposite for inner court disciples. That outer court disciple is truly unlucky to have to deal with some like Elder Yao. Forget about staying in that building. That outer court disciple probably won't be able to stay in the sect after this. Greetings, Elder Yao. This content is taken from lightnovelpub.com. The disciples there greeted him when he got close. Where is the outer court disciple that dares to disrespect inner court disciples and act almighty before the young lady of the Min family? Elder Yao spoke loudly. A few moments later, the inner court disciple, known as Chao Kang, stopped in front of Building 70 and said to Elder Yao, while pointing at the building, "This is the place, Elder Yao. He's inside." Elder Yao nodded with an angry frown on his face. "Good. I will make this insolent brat regret being born today." Step back. Chapter 124, Lowering Their Heads. The disciples there immediately moved to make a path for Elder Yao, who approached Yuan's living quarters with heavy steps. I have never seen Elder Yao so angry before. That outer court disciple is dead. He's definitely going to regret acting all tough after meeting Elder Yao. The disciples there watched with anticipation as Elder Yao stepped on the doorstops in front of Yuan's building. Bang, bang, bang. Elder Yao knocked on the door with force before shouting in a vicious voice, "This is Elder Yao from the 3rd Disciplinary Squad. Get your ass out here right this instant and identify yourself, outer court disciple. The disciples standing not far away felt their hearts tremble after hearing Elder Yao's loud voice, and even though they were not the ones in trouble, it still struck fear into their minds. Bang, 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 get out here right this instant. Or do I have to force myself inside instead, outer court disciple? Elder Yao knocked on the door again when nobody answered the door after 5 short seconds. After a few more seconds, the door finally opened, and Yuan appeared before them once again with a calm expression on his face. So you're the outer court disciple who claimed that you belong in this area? If that's the case, how come I don't recognize your face at all, huh? Elder Yan narrowed his eyes at Yuan's face. Follow current novels on LitRPG? Isn't it normal that you won't recognize everyone in the world? Yuan asked with his eyebrows raised. Elder Yao looked at him with a face of disbelief. You actually dare talk back to me, a sect elder? Looks like Disciple Kiao was telling the truth when he called you a disrespectful little brat. Kneel before me right now and apologize. Yuan was speechless. He frowned a moment later and said, Aren't you here to see whether assigning this house to me is a mistake or not? Yet you started yelling at me the moment you arrived, acting like I am in the wrong. I respect my seniors, but I also know an unreasonable person when I see one. You little brat. You really think you deserve to live here, huh? You're just a nobody, a mere outer court disciple who just passed the disciple examination. Elder Yao roared at Yuan, and he continued, And you dare to claim that you are worthy enough to live beside someone like the young lady of the Min family? Do you have no shame? Even I wouldn't dare to live beside the Min family if you paid me. If it wasn't a mistake that you got assigned this building, I will fricking eat my shoes before every single outer court disciple in this sect. Hearing Elder Yao's words, Yuan became speechless. Is this sect elder really going to eat his own shoes? He cannot imagine it. Since you don't want to leave this place, I have no choice but to force you out with my authority as a sect elder of the disciplinary hall. And before Yuan could even respond, Elder Yao suddenly moved to grab him by the collar before throwing him into the air and forcing him out of the house. Follow current novels on LitRPG. Whoa. Yuan landed a few meters away with a startled look on his face. Now, hand me your identification token. Or do I have to take it with force as well? Elder Yao approached him with an overbearing and oppressing aura. However, since Elder Yao was only a 4th-level spirit warrior cultivator, Yuan didn't feel any pressure from him. Should I just use the absolute authority the sect master gave me to deal with this situation? Yuan pondered as Elder Yao got closer to him. After all, even a naive little boy would be able to tell by now that Elder Yao was not the reasonable type, and that no matter what Yuan says to him at this point, he would only be wasting his breath. I wanted to settle this as peacefully as possible. But alas, Yuan sighed inwardly as he reached into his spatial ring for the absolute authority. However, before Yuan could even take it out, a loud sigh suddenly resounded and echoed in the area. I knew you would run into some trouble when I decided to give you one of the buildings in this place, but I didn't think it had come so soon and in such a manner, too. A calm voice followed after the sigh ended. This voice is Elder Yao immediately stopped walking after hearing this profound voice, and his body trembled in shock, updated from LitRPG. However, the other disciples did not recognize the identity behind this mysterious voice, and were completely puzzled. Meanwhile, inside one of the rooms in building number 69, Fairy Min, who had been watching the situation from the beginning by peeking through the closed curtains from the windows, mumbled in a surprised voice, This voice belongs to Grand Elder Xuan. Why did he show up here? And judging by his words, it seems like he was the one who allowed that outer court disciple to live here. Just who is that young man? Elder Yao, I am greatly disappointed by your performance today. As a sect elder of the disciplinary hall, I had expected you to handle this situation professionally and properly, yet you were blinded by anger and acted unfitting of your status. Even treating my granddaughter's friend in such an aggressive manner, I don't know what I should do with you. Elder Xuan's voice continued to speak, lecturing Elder Yao, who was sweating profusely at this moment. Elder Yao quickly kneeled on the ground and lowered his head before speaking in a pleading voice. This disciple was wrong and has done something inexcusable. Please punish this disciple as you see fit, Grand Elder. Grand Elder? The disciples watching the scene were greatly shocked after hearing Elder Yao's voice, and they finally realized the identity behind the voice. After realizing this fact, they also kneeled on the ground with their heads lowered and their backs soaked in cold sweats, wondering to themselves why the hell would a Grand Elder suddenly become involved with their situation. Chapter 125, Two Choices. Seeing Elder Yao and the disciples lowering their heads, Elder Xuan spoke without revealing his presence. If you think lowering your heads will solve everything, the world would not be this chaotic and dangerous.
Please forgive us, Grand Elder. We were wrong. We didn't know this outer court disciple was assigned to this place by you,
Chao Kang suddenly said. Did I ask for your input, disciple? Elder Xuan responded in a nonchalant voice, immediately shutting the Chao Kang up. Elder Xuan continued a moment later. Every disciple here will be punished with 1 month of confinement within the Caves of Repentance. As for you, Elder Yao, since you belong to the disciplinary hall, I shall let your leader decide your punishment. And before you leave, I want you to remember what comes out of my mouth next. What happened here today did not happen at all. Do you understand me? I was never here, and you have never met the outer court disciple. This applies to the disciples too. If I hear even a single disciple that is not here right now speaking about what happened here today, you can expect another visit from me, and I will be there in person at that time. We understand, Grand Elder. We will forget about what happened today. Elder Yao and the disciples responded in a fearful voice. Good. Now get out of my sight, Elder Xuan's voice boomed within the disciples, and Elder Yao's head, nearly knocking them unconscious with his powerful voice. The next second, once they could stand again, the disciples and Elder Yao ran away like a bunch of scared rabbits before a tiger. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub.com. Once they were all gone, Elder Xuan spoke again. Are you okay, Disciple Yuan? I apologize for that just now. While it's common for disciples to argue with each other, it's inexcusable for a sect elder to bully a disciple. Don't worry about it, Senior Xuan. It's only natural that there'd be a couple of bad apples no matter where you are, Yuan said with a calm smile on his face. You have handled this situation much better than I would have if I was still a disciple, and I thank you for that. Most people quickly resort to violence when they come to a disagreement, and that is a trait many cultivators have because we are vicious and brutal in nature. Anyway, I must return to my own business now. If you ever encounter another similar situation, it's okay to scare them a little with your powers as long as you don't kill them. This is just how the cultivation world works, as intimidation works better than actual violence in most cases. However, if a sect elder is involved like today, it's best if you immediately contact one of us to help you. Although we won't show ourselves, we'll definitely keep you safe. Intimidation over violence. I will keep that in mind, Senior Xuan. Thank you very much for helping me today. Yuan bowed towards the sky, feeling as though he'd learned something important today. Don't even mention it. Elder Xuan's voice sounded as though it was getting further away, dumbfounding Yuan. Once, Yuan could no longer hear Elder Xuan's laughing voice. Yuan returned to his room and sat on the large, comfortable bed before taking out the guidebook and reading through it as he was doing before being interrupted by Elder Yao and the others. Meanwhile, inside Fairy Min's room, the beautiful young lady remained standing by the window with a dazed look on her face. Disciple Yuan? I don't recognize this name at all. Just who is he? Which family did he come from? And what kind of connection does he have with the Grand Elder? Although the Grand Elder said that the outer court disciple was his granddaughter's friend, their conversation sounded like they were pretty close friends themselves. Min Li mumbled to herself in a dumbfounded voice, feeling her interest slightly piqued by him. Sometime later, at the disciplinary hall, Elder Yao entered Bai Ling's room after being summoned by him. Greetings, Leader Bai. Elder Yao bowed to him with respect, and his back soaked in sweat. Do you know why I called you here? Bai Ling ignored his greetings and asked him with a calm voice. Yes, I do. Elder Yao responded after a brief moment of silence. Good, then this will make things much easier for the both of us. Bai Ling then stood up from his chair and walked to the window before staring outside with a seemingly dazed look on his face. Do you have any idea what you've done today, Elder Yao? Bai Ling asked him a moment later. No, I do not, Leader Bai, Elder Yao quickly responded. At least you're honest. Bai Ling nodded, and he continued, that outer court disciple, you may not know him now, but I can guarantee you that you will know him in the near future, and I am willing to bet my position as leader of the disciplinary hall that you will regret what you've done today. Elder Yao looked at him with a surprised look, and he said, Please enlighten this ignorant one, Leader Bai. Just who is that outer court disciple, and why did Grand Elder Yuan protect him? However, Bai Ling did not respond to his question, and continued to speak as though he never heard it. I will give you two choices, Elder Yao. For your offenses today, I can either let the sect master know about this incident so he can punish you himself, or you can give a lecture to the disciples at the education peak and eat your shoes before every disciple there afterward. It's your decision. What did you just say? Elder Yao cried out loud with pure disbelief on his face. Why on earth would Bai Ling involve the sect master over a mere outer court disciple? It was not as though he'd killed this disciple. This is ridiculous. How can they treat a sect elder like him because of a single outer court disciple? None of this made any sense. Chapter 126. A massive crowd at the education peak. Did I stutter, Elder Yao? Perhaps I did, so allow me to rephrase myself. Bai Ling then spoke slower, but in a much louder and clearer voice. Either I let the sect master know about your mistakes today, or you eat your own shoes before the disciples at the education peak at the end of your lecture. I won't do something as unreasonable as kicking you out of the sect or anything like that. So consider yourself lucky that you're getting off so lightly, motherfucker. You dare call this a light punishment. Telling me to eat my shoes in front of the disciples is worse than being kicked out of the sect. At least I would still have my dignity left for the latter punishment. Elder Yao cursed at Bai Ling inwardly, as he didn't dare to utter such words for real. I know what you're thinking, Elder Yao. After all, you have worked with me for over 10 years now. However, you have no idea how much trouble you are actually in, and I don't blame you for that. That's why I'm letting you know right now that you should eat your own shoes before I let the sect master know, as he might really kick you out of the sect if he finds out what had transpired today. Bai Ling said to Elder Yao while knowing very well that Long Yijun will definitely hear about this incident sooner or later. Is this situation really that serious? I would understand it if that outer court disciple belonged to one of the 7 legacy families, but he's clearly not. Elder Yao spoke a moment later with a relentless expression on his face. Don't even bother asking me about that outer court disciple's identity, because I won't say anything unless you don't mind dying afterward. Bai Ling looked at Elder Yao with his eyes narrowed and emitting faint killing intent. Elder Yao swallowed nervously after seeing this, and after a moment of silence he sighed. Very well, I shall eat my own shoes in front of the disciples. Good choice, you may leave now, Bai Ling said to him. Elder Yao nodded and left the room, but he didn't forget to bow to Bai Ling before leaving, as that was how much he'd respected the leader of the disciplinary hall. Not just Grand Elder Yuan, but even Leader Bai and possibly the sect master is protecting that outer court disciple. What on earth is that brat's identity? If he doesn't belong to the 7 legacy families, then he could only come from the 4 ancient families. Elder Yao pondered to himself as he returned home to prepare for the lecture. For more, visit Light Novel Pub. See Larg same day. Elder Yao walked to the education peak with a solemn expression on his face. Damn, I shouldn't have run my mouth at that time. No, that fucking brat Kiao Kang is the root of this. If he didn't come to me, I would have never met that damn outer court disciple and offended the Grand Elder and Leader Bai. I'll fucking kill him once he comes out of confinement. Elder Yao cursed inwardly as he approached the education peak, where thousands of disciples could be seen walking about. The education peak is where disciples gather to partake in lectures from sect elders. However, not only sect elders gave lectures there, as disciples are also able to give their own lectures if they were approved by the sect, so there would always be lectures for disciples to participate. Of course, the education peak is the most populated when a sect elder decides to give a lecture, as they are often the most knowledgeable and experienced in the sect, Hence why, when Elder Yao suddenly showed up at the education peak, the disciples there immediately began following him. "Isn't that Elder Yao? It's been a while since I have been to one of his lectures." "Me, too. The last time he'd given a lecture was nearly 3 years ago." I heard that over a dozen outer court disciples who'd listened to his lecture managed to become an inner court disciple within the same year. Really? Then I must listen to his lecture today, even if the heavens fall. We still don't know whether Elder Yao is really giving a lecture today or he's just visiting, since there was no prior notice. Most sect elders announce their lectures at least a week beforehand. He's not telling us that he's not giving a lecture, even though there are so many of us clearly following him. Surely he intends on giving a lecture today, updated from LitRPG.com. I hope you're right. I have been dying to attend a lecture given by Elder Yao. The hype between the disciples grew as they followed Elder Yao to one of the many empty areas designed for public lectures. Sometime later, Elder Yao settled down in one of these areas and stood at the spot meant for the lecturers. "See, he's really giving a lecture today. Looks like we lucked out today by coming here and witnessing it by chance." "You are so damn right. Hey, is it just me, or does Elder Yao seem a bit off today? He looks kind of sick." One of the disciples there noticed Elder Yao's pale complexion and mumbled to the disciples around him. "You're right. He looks like he hasn't slept or eaten in a week or something." Meanwhile, Elder Yao scanned the massive crowd that had gathered for his lecture with his back soaked in cold sweats. "Fuck! Why are there so many disciples at the education peak today, when there are no sect elders giving lectures? If I don't become a laughingstock after today, I'll eat my damn shoes again," Elder Yao cursed inwardly, feeling the urge to cry out loud. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. There were at least 3,000 disciples gathered there, and every single one of them was staring at Elder Yao with anticipation in their gazes, looking like a bunch of children before their idol, but alas, little did they expect that they were merely participating in a clown show disguised as a lecture. Chapter 127, Eating His Own Shoes. Ahem. Elder Yao suddenly cleared his throat loudly, trying to relieve some of his anxiety, but alas, it barely helped him keep calm. Welcome, disciples F. For today's lecture, I will be giving a lecture on... Elder Yao spoke in a trembling voice, feeling as though he was a child with stage fright while standing on the stage for the first time, and he could barely complete a full sentence without stuttering. When the disciples saw this, they silently looked at each other with their eyebrows raised and their gazes full of questions. Why was Elder Yao acting so weird? It seemed like he was on the verge of a breakdown from the disciples' view. "Are you okay, Elder Yao? You don't look so good." One of the inner court disciples there decided to ask him. "I'm fine, just feeling a little under the weather," Elder Yao responded a moment later. Feeling under the weather? The disciples became even more puzzled after hearing such words. Why would a sect elder willingly give a lecture when he's sick? Furthermore, can cultivators even feel under the weather? Clearly, it was something else that was bothering him, but these disciples didn't dare to probe any further and accepted his lie as the truth, as they didn't dare to offend Elder Yao, who was known for being a ruthless sect elder. The disciples then patiently waited for Elder Yao to get himself together before continuing with the lecture. A few minutes later, once Elder Yao calmed down enough, he began giving the lecture, and it was about random things that made no sense for a lecture. But the nervousness and uncertainty in his voice did not go away and remain for the rest of the lecture. In fact, his voice only became weirder and harder to listen as the lecture went on. The disciples participating in the lecture were greatly baffled by the bizarre situation, with some of them even thinking that they were being pranked by Elder Yao after all. No sane sect elder would call this mess a lecture, as it was more of a babbling session with the topic constantly changing abruptly. However, none of the disciples spoke up nor complained, regardless of the unusual situation, nor did any of them decide to suddenly leave the lecture abruptly, as they were still afraid of offending Elder Yao. The lecture by Elder Yao lasted for an entire hour, but for the disciples, it felt like they were being punished for an eternity. Fuck! Why am I wasting my time here? I could have been listening to Fairy Ling's lecture by now. What the heck is Elder Yao doing? Has he lost his mind? I want my precious time back. Damn it. I want to leave now, but what if I offend him? I have heard about his reputation, and I don't want to be the first one to leave. The disciples there cursed inwardly, and most of them silently hoped for another disciple to leave first so they can follow. But alas, because all of them were thinking the same thing and waited for someone else to act, none of them left, and stayed for the entire lecture. "This is the end of my lecture," Elder Yao said to the disciples at the end of the lecture. However, he wasn't completely finished there, as he still had one more thing to do. And just as the disciples there sighed in relief inwardly that the lecture was finally finished and prepared to leave, Elder Yao suddenly removed his shoes and began doing the unthinkable, putting it in his mouth and chewing it as though it was food. What the fuck? One of the disciples there couldn't hold back his voice and spoke in a surprised voice after witnessing Elder Yao eating his own shoes. In fact, every disciple there was staring at Elder Yao with a gawking expression at this moment, looking like they were witnessing the impossible. And because Elder Yao was a cultivator at the spirit warrior realm, he was able to bite through the shoe with his raw strength and chew on it. After chewing on his own shoes for a few seconds with a disgusted expression that he could not hide on his face, Elder Yao swallowed it. Erg! Elder Yao almost puked after feeling the shoe enter his stomach. But alas, he resisted his urges and continued eating the rest of the shoe. The disciples that were prepared to leave the place as quickly as possible no longer moved, and they all stood there with dazed faces as they watched Elder Yao eat his shoe with a suffering expression on his face. A few gruesome minutes later, Elder Yao finished eating his shoe. However, he did not stop there and proceeded to remove his second shoe and began eating that too. Sometime later, Elder Yao finished eating his other shoe, updated from Light Novel Pub. Once he swallowed the last bit of his shoe, Elder Yao glared at the disciples there before walking away in silence and quickly disappearing from the scene while barefooted, leaving the disciples in wonder as he'd left without giving any explanation. When Elder Yao's figure left the education peak, all of the disciples there finally spoke again, immediately creating an uproar within the sect, and as one would have expected from such a bizarre situation, news of Elder Yao eating his own shoes after an embarrassing lecture spread throughout the entire sect like wildfire, shocking every disciple and sect elder that heard it. Meanwhile, at the disciplinary hall, Elder Yao stood before Bai Ling once again, but he was barefooted this time since he came straight to this place after leaving the education peak. "I hope you've learned your lesson today, Elder Yao. Just because they are outer court disciples doesn't mean you can walk all over them like they're ants, as you'll one day step on the wrong ant and face its wrath like today," Bai Ling said to him with a nonchalant expression on his face. "Thank you for this lesson, Leader Bai." Elder Yao bowed to him before leaving the room with a blank look on his face, looking like he had died inside. Chapter 128. What does new disciples normally do at the sect master's pagoda? Long Yijin listened to Elder Xuan briefing him about the situation with a serious expression on his face. Elder Yao and Disciple Yuan, what a pain in the ass. Long Yijin rubbed his eyes with an exhausted look afterward. "Are you going to do anything about this, sect master?" Elder Xuan asked him after a moment of silence. Long Yijin shook his head and said, "As much as I want to beat Elder Yao for what he did to Disciple Yuan, Elder Bai has already dealt with the situation and punished Elder Yao for his behavior. I appointed Elder Bai the leader of the disciplinary hall for a reason, and I don't like beating a dead horse, so I am not going to step in this time." "I understand," Elder Xuan nodded. Meanwhile, back at Building 70, Yuan closed the guidebook after reading through the entire thing. "Wow, there are so many exciting places in the Dragon Essence Temple. I will definitely visit all of them when I get the chance, especially this Dragon Pavilion restaurant that's meant for cultivators. I wonder how it differs from the restaurants outside," Yuan mumbled to himself. It's still too early for dinner, so I'll look around for now." Yuan then got off the bed and made his way outside. What should I do now that I am a disciple? What do disciples normally do? Yuan pondered to himself as he went outside. "Disciple Yuan, please wait for a second." The most up-to-date novels are published on Leitno Velpu BC's Yuan stopped walking when a clear voice resounded from behind him, causing him to turn around to see who'd just spoken. You are, to his surprise, Fairy Min was outside of her house and appeared to be the one who'd just called for him. "How did you know my name?" Yuan asked her with raised eyebrows, as he doesn't recall ever introducing himself to her or any of the disciples from the disciple examination. "I accidentally overheard your conversation with Grand Elder Xuan and learned of your name." "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your relationship with the Grand Elder or what happened today." Fairy Min spoke as she approached him. "I see, thank you." Yuan responded with a puzzled look on his face, as he wasn't sure what she was up to. "Is she going to try and kick me out, too?" Yuan wondered to himself. Once Fairy Min was standing a few steps away from him, she spoke. "I haven't introduced myself. I am Min Li from one of the Seven Legacy family, and I would like to apologize for what happened today. Even though I didn't know them, I should have stepped in and told them to stop." "Huh? You didn't know them?" Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. Then why were they following her around like they were a group of close friends? Hell, they even spoke to her as though they have known each other for years. For more, visit Leap Novel Pub. Calm. I know this may sound like I'm bragging, but when you're coming from a family as prestigious as one of the Seven Legacy families, there are always people like those disciples from before following me around, hoping they'd benefit from me or my family, and it's better for me to act like they are not there most of the time. Hence why I didn't tell them to go away," Min Li explained to him after seeing his puzzled face. "Of course I'm sure you understand my feelings, since you also appear to be from a powerful family." Ugh. Yuan scratched his head with an awkward atmosphere around him, and he said, "I'm not from any powerful nor prestigious family, though." "Huh? You're not?" Min Li looked at him with her eyes widened slightly from surprise. "If he doesn't come from a powerful or influential family, why did Grand Elder Xuan protect him from Elder Yao and the inner court disciples, much less give him a building in this area meant for the privileged? Surely there must be something special about him. So you want to hide your real identity, huh? I will find out the truth sooner or later." Min Li thought to herself whilst trying her best to remain calm on the outside. "By the way, where are you going now?" Min Li suddenly asked him. "I honestly don't know myself. I'll probably just walk around until I see something interesting." Yuan shrugged. "Walk around until you see something interesting?" Min Li raised her neat and slender eyebrows in a puzzled manner. "Why does it sound like he's going to take a stroll around the sect like he's at the park? Does he have that much free time on his hands, even though he'd just become a disciple? After all, most people would be either cultivating or doing something more productive, as a new disciple updated from lightnovelpub.com. Do you have any suggestions?" "What do disciples normally do when they just joined a sect?" Yuan suddenly asked her. "Ooh. They either go to the Profound Pavilion to learn new techniques, or they go to the Education Peak for lectures. However, seeing that you are at the 7th level Spirit Apprentice already, you should go to the Profound Pavilion." Min Li gave her suggestions to him. "Profound Pavilion, huh?" Yuan immediately began pondering. "I already have 3 sword techniques, but I only have 1 dagger technique, and it's not really even a dagger technique as it's meant for cooking instead. Maybe I should see if the Profound Pavilion will have a good dagger technique that'll go well with the Starry Abyss." After pondering for a minute, Yuan has decided to go to the Profound Pavilion to search for a new dagger technique. "Thank you, Disciple Min, for your guidance," Yuan said to her with a bright smile, and he continued, "And you don't worry about what happened previously, since I can tell that you're not a bad person." Min Li looked at his handsome smile with a slightly dazed look on her pretty face, and when she noticed that Yuan was walking away, she unconsciously shouted, "Wait, I'll come with you too. Chapter 129, Profound Pavilion. You want to come with me? Why?" Yuan stopped to look at her with a puzzled face. "Why, you ask?" Min Li stood there with a somewhat dazed face, as she'd spoken without thinking just now. However, this is also the first time someone has questioned her like this. If it were anybody else, they wouldn't even think about asking her why she wanted to follow them, and would just accept it with a delighted smile on their face. I had also planned on heading to the Profound Pavilion to see if they have any techniques I can learn. Since you're going there now, I might as well tag along with you. Or do you not want me around you? Am I being a bother? If you're worried that I might attract unwanted attention, I can follow you from a distance, Min Li said to him a moment later. Well, it's not that you're being a bother. Whatever, you can do whatever you want. Yuan quickly gave up on giving an explanation and allowed her to follow him. Thank you, Disciple Yuan. Min Li showed him a beautifully bright smile. Yuan didn't react much despite her charming appearance and nodded his head with a calm expression before turning around and walking again. Min Li was speechless once again, and she stared at Yuan's back that was getting further away with a dazed look. He seems uninterested in me. This is a first, Min Li thought to herself before she took her first step and began walking, once Yuan was a dozen meters away from her. Look over there! Isn't that Fairy Min from one of the 7 legacy families? You're right, and she looks absolutely stunning. I wonder where she's going. The disciples outside quickly took notice of Min Li's presence, and conversations about her and her family immediately began between the disciples. Hell, there were even a few disciples who began following her like the group of inner court disciples from before. Congratulations on passing the disciple examination and becoming a disciple, Fairy Min. Fairy Min, do you have some time now if you do? Why don't we have a celebration? She's really popular, Yuan thought to himself as he could hear the disciples trying to talk to Min Li very clearly. However, a few moments later, Min Li suddenly stopped walking and turned around to look at the group of disciples following behind her, and she spoke with a calm but cold expression on her face. I am busy right now. Can you all leave me alone? The disciples following her immediately stopped walking and looked at her with a dumbfounded expression before showing an embarrassed or awkward look on their faces. Thank you. Min Li did not even wait for their response and continued walking, subtly following Yuan from behind while keeping a safe distance so that people would only assume that they were coincidentally walking the same direction. For more, visit lightnov.ulpub.com. Meanwhile, Yuan followed the map inside his head that he'd memorized from the guidebook and slowly approached the Profound Pavilion. Some time later, Yuan arrived before a tall building that resembled the myriad of techniques in Spring City, but it was much more luxurious and grand compared to the ordinary-looking myriad of techniques. After taking a moment to admire the building, Yuan walked inside. Min Li followed him inside a moment later. Once Yuan was inside the Profound Pavilion, he was immediately puzzled by the layout of the place. Unlike the myriad of pavilion, there were no techniques on display, and besides the reception and a staircase at the end of the building, there was nothing else there. You must be a new disciple. One of the sect elders behind the desk suddenly called out to Yuan after seeing his face that looked like he was lost. Yes, I am. Yuan nodded before he approached the desk with a middle-aged man sitting behind it. What kind of techniques are you looking for, new disciple? Cultivation techniques? Martial techniques? Movement techniques? The sect elder asked him a moment later. Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. I'd like a technique that's specifically designed for daggers, Yuan said. So you're a dagger user, huh? What's your budget? The sect elder then asked him. Budget? I have to pay for techniques here? Yuan looked at the sect elder with a surprised look on his face, as the guidebook never mentioned anything about needing to pay for the techniques. Of course you have to pay for the techniques. Did you think you'd get to learn techniques for free just because you're a disciple? This is why new disciples are. The sect elder shook his head. Well, I have around 200,000 gold coins left, Yuan said a moment later. Gold coins? The sect elder looked at Yuan with raised eyebrows before laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, you're a very amusing little guy, outer court disciple. When I say you have to pay for the techniques, I didn't mean gold. This is the Profound Pavilion, not a store, and we accept no other currency besides contribution points. The sect elder explained to him a moment later. If we charge the disciples real money, how will those from a common background learn any techniques? This is a sect where a disciple's contribution and efforts take priority over everything else. That makes sense. Yuan nodded, and then he said, If it's contribution points, I have exactly 1,000. What can I get with that much? Excuse me? What did you just say? Did you just say that you have 1,000 contribution points? The sect elder looked at Yuan with a face of disbelief. Yes, Yuan confirmed. Or is that not enough for a technique? The sect elder was speechless. 1,000 contribution points was a massive amount for even an inner court disciple, much less an outer court disciple who'd just entered the sect. Hell, it would normally require 10 years of collecting contribution points through sect missions for an ordinary disciple to save up that many contribution points. However, this outer court disciple, who was clearly new to the sect, had somehow managed to obtain 1,000 contribution points. That was outrageous. Chapter 130, Flying Daggers. You have 1,000 contribution points? That's ridiculous. The sect elder exclaimed in a loud voice, causing everybody there to look at them with a curious gaze. Meanwhile, Min Li watched Yuan from the corner of the building like a partner watching their children's first shopping experience. 1,000 contribution points. Even I only got 100 contribution points for joining the sect. Why is there such a big disparity between the two of us? Min Li pondered to herself as she continued trying to unveil Yuan's mysterious identity and seemingly unfathomable background. Since you claim to have 1,000 contribution points, let me see your identification token. The sect elder extended his arm with his hands open and his fingers gesturing to give it to him. Yuan nodded and handed the sect elder his identification token without hesitation. Once the identification token was in his hands, the sect elder used his spiritual energy to peek inside the token, and Yuan's identification appeared: Dragon Essence Temple Identification Gold Token. Disciple name, Yuan. Disciple status, Outer Disciple. Living quarters, Outer Court, Building number 70. Mission completed, 0. Contribution points, 1,000. Offenses, 0. Heathens. This outer court disciple has a gold identification token, and he really has 1,000 contribution points. The sect elder cried inwardly after confirming that Yuan was not lying about his contribution points. The sect elder swallowed nervously before turning to look at Yuan with a different kind of light in his eyes and with a respectful gaze. There existed 4 grades of identification tokens in the Dragon Essence Temple: Bronze grade, Silver grade, Gold grade, and finally, Dragon grade tokens. Every grade of identification represented the importance of whoever held that token. For example, if a disciple has a bronze identification token, that person was an ordinary disciple without any impressive backgrounds. Meanwhile, those with silver identification tokens are people with decent backings or have impressive talents. As for those with a gold identification token, only those who come from prominent or powerful families, such as the 7 legacy families, are qualified to obtain one. For the Dragon identification token, only the sect masters or high-ranking elders are allowed to have it. However, this ranking applied to not just disciples, but to sect elders too, and in this case, the sect elder speaking with Yuan right now was only a bronze identification token holder. In other words, he was below Yuan in terms of status. Thank you, Disciple Yuan. I have confirmed your contribution points. Please give me a few moments to bring you the cultivation techniques specialized for dagger users. The sect elder spoke to Yuan in a respectful and humble tone, dumbfounding the people that had been watching them. Does that outer court disciple really have 1,000 contribution points? I cannot imagine what he must have gone through in order to collect so many contribution points. You can obtain any cultivation technique you want from this place with that many contribution points. I envy him. The disciples began mumbling to each other about Yuan. A few minutes later, the sect elder helping Yuan returned to the desk with over a dozen martial techniques that are best suited for daggers. Thank you for your patience, Disciple Yuan. I have brought pretty much every technique suitable for daggers from the back with me, and they are mostly mortal rank with a few exceptions at the earth rank. Please take your time looking through them, said the sect elder, with a humble look on his face, dumbfounding Min Li and the other disciples, as it was an incredibly weird feeling to see a sect elder acting so humble before an outer court disciple who didn't have any reputation. Yuan proceeded to look through the techniques one by one without reading the contents inside, as he was afraid of learning them by accident. Follow current novels on Light Novel Jopt Pub See Posen Stab Knight's Edge, Exploding Dagger Zealous Piercer. Yuan spent the next few minutes reading the techniques' names and their description. This is... Yuan looked at the last martial technique in the stack with an intrigued look on his face. Flying Daggers, Mortal Rank. Even though the technique was only a mortal rank technique, the word flying had instantly attracted his attention. It looks like you are interested in the Flying Dagger technique, Disciple Yuan. Although it's only a mortal rank technique, if mastered, you'll be able to defeat your opponents from a distance, even with a weapon known for its short range, such as the dagger, the sect elder said to him after seeing his intrigued face. How many contribution points for this technique? I want it, said Yuan, as the idea of defeating his enemies from afar sounded very cool to him. That technique would set you back 75 contribution points, Disciple Yuan, said the sect elder. The source of this content is lightnovelpubcom, only 75 contribution points. That's very cheap. I'll take it, Yuan said with a pleasantly surprised look on his face. Very cheap? The sect elder's eyebrows twitched after hearing his words. Although 75 contribution points may seem like nothing when he has 1,000 contribution points to spare, it would take a normal disciple almost an entire year to obtain. I understand. You want the Flying Dagger technique, right? I'll subtract it from your 1,000 contribution points now. A few moments later, the sect elder handed the gold identification token back to Yuan. Good luck with the technique, Disciple Yuan. Thank you. Yuan nodded as he tossed the Flying Dagger technique into his spatial ring. Once he'd gotten his technique, Yuan turned around and prepared to leave, and that was when he noticed Min Li standing in the background. Why are you standing there? Aren't you going to get a technique too? Yuan asked her. For more, visit lightnovelpoo.com. No, I'm fine. I don't need any techniques. She calmly shook her head. Yuan was speechless after hearing her words. If she didn't need any techniques, then why did she follow him all the way over here, even saying that she planned on coming here anyway? What are you going to do now that you've gotten a technique? Are you going to the practice field to try out your new technique? Min Li then asked, dumbfounding Yuan even more with her eccentric behavior. Thank you for listening to the story on kevinaudio.com, Chapter 131, Practice Area. Practice field, huh? I do want to try out the Flying Daggers as soon as possible. Yuan nodded after Min Li's suggestion. He then closed his eyes to recall the map inside his head to locate the training field. After standing there for a few moments and locating the exact place, Yuan left the Profound Pavilion. Of course, Min Li also left the Profound Pavilion and followed Yuan shortly after like some kind of stalker. Sometime later, they arrived at the practice fields, a vast and spacious area that spanned for miles and was separated into 4 different parts. One part of the area had these large and long walls that appeared to be made out of steel placed all over the area, whilst a few disciples could be seen punching these steel walls. In the second area, there were over 100 human-shaped puppets made out of wood, and these puppets apparently could move on their own and defend themselves against the disciples' attack. However, these puppets didn't appear to have the capability to attack the disciple. Meanwhile, in the third area, there were also puppets, and unlike the second area, these puppets attacked the disciples, aggressively at that. As for the fourth area, there were a dozen mid-sized arenas, and there were currently a few disciples sparring with each other on them. There was actually a fifth area, the area in the middle, but it was completely empty with the exception of some disciples sitting on the floor with their eyes closed, seemingly cultivating. Yuan immediately assumed this place to be a resting area for the disciples, as no sane cultivator would truly do their cultivation out in the open and surrounded by so many people and noises. What are those walls over there, and why are they punching it repeatedly? Yuan mumbled in a curious voice after seeing their unusual activities. That's the wall of absorption. It's said to be indestructible against physical attacks and have regeneration properties. They are very popular for those who wish to test out the full extent of their strength. Min Li suddenly responded to him from behind, startling him a bit. "What about those puppets? Are they also indestructible?" Yuan asked her afterward. "No, they're not, but they're extremely hard to break if you're not a spirit warrior," she said. If I accidentally break one, how much do I have to reimburse the sect?" Yuan asked in a slightly nervous tone. Min Li looked at him with her beautiful eyebrows raised, and she said, "Even I cannot break one at my full strength. Yet you think you can break one whilst being 2 levels under me? Well, you can't always be too careful after all. They look expensive." Min Li was speechless. Despite his seemingly profound background, Yuan did not act like someone that belongs to a powerful family. This content is taken from LitRPG. There was a clear hint of naivety and innocence around him. But there was also something charming about him that kept her interest piqued. You won't have to pay for any damages done to the puppets, so you don't have to worry about breaking them. Min Li said a moment later. "I see, thank you," Yuan said to her before he retrieved the flying daggers technique and began reading through it. Min Li raised her eyebrows yet again after seeing this. "What are you doing now?" she asked him. "I'm learning the technique," Yuan responded in a calm voice. "What?" Min Li's eyes widened, and she pointed at the area in the center of the practice area and said, "Why don't you do it over there? There's a formation that cancels out unwanted noise, so you'll have absolute peace and silence while inside." However, before Min Li could even finish her sentence, Yuan closed the technique and tossed it back into his spatial ring with a calm expression on his face. "You have learned flying daggers. This content is taken from LitNovelPood.com. Flying daggers rank, mortal, mastery level. 1 description: control your daggers with spiritual energy and send them flying through the battlefield, slaying your enemies from a distance. Chi consumption will vary depending on how many daggers you control at once and its speed." Min Li would have never thought that Yuan could have learned the technique in such a short time, so she assumed that he was only putting away the technique so he could listen to her advice and go to the resting area. However, when Min Li noticed that Yuan was walking towards the second area where the defensive puppets were instead, she frowned with a puzzled look on her beautiful face. Where is he going? Min Li wondered to herself as she watched Yuan stand before a puppet. A few moments later, she watched as Yuan retrieved a very beautiful black dagger that did not have any unique aura to it. "What a beautiful weapon, but I don't sense anything special coming from it. Is it just an ordinary weapon with good looks?" Min Li thought to herself. Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. Why is he bringing out a weapon now when he still hasn't learned the technique? What's he trying to do? Meanwhile, Yuan placed the starry abyss flat on his palms, and he activated flying daggers. The starry abyss began trembling the next second, and after a few more seconds it began levitating in the air with a subtle red glow around the dagger. "What?" When Min Li saw the dagger flying above Yuan, she uncontrollably shouted in a shocked voice, quickly attracting the attention of everyone there. "Isn't that Fairy Min? What's she doing here?" And did that loud voice come from her just now? I think it was somebody else, after all. Why would Fairy Min suddenly shout? What do you think she's watching? Do you think she might be watching us train? That might be the case. Let's try not to embarrass ourselves now. The most up-to-date novels are published on LitNovelPub.com. The disciples in the practice area began training with even more intensity because they wanted to impress Fairy Min, but alas, little did they know that she was not paying attention to them whatsoever, and her gaze was locked onto Yuan's figure. Chapter 132, Destroying the Training Puppet. Is that the technique he'd just obtained from the profound pavilion? Flying daggers. But that's impossible. He didn't have the time to learn it. Min Li cried inwardly after witnessing Yuan levitate the starry abyss. Then she recalled that brief moment that Yuan took to look through the technique, but that only lasted for a minute at most, if not even shorter. How can someone learn an entire technique in less than a minute, even if it's the lowest ranked technique? Such a feat shouldn't be possible. It must be a different technique, Min Li forced herself to believe that Yuan was only using a similar technique. However, when she saw Yuan controlling the dagger and making it fly around exactly like the technique flying daggers would do, her eyes widened with shock again. That's really the flying dagger's technique. He'd really managed to learn a mortal rank technique in a minute. Just what is his background? Even the top geniuses from the 7 legacy families pales in comparison to him. Wait a second. Min Li suddenly thought of a possibility. The 4 ancient families, could he be from one of the 4 ancient families? Min Li pondered to herself with a serious frown on her face. The 4 ancient families are very similar to the 7 legacy families in the way that they are only a branch family that has a main family somewhere in the upper heavens. However, other than that, the 2 powers were completely different. While the 7 legacy families are known for their influence and large family size, in terms of power and influence, the 4 ancient families vastly surpasses the 7 legacy families by a long shot. Furthermore, very little is known about the 4 ancient families, as they don't usually show up in public or participate in large gatherings. One can say they are a mysterious background with immense power that is at the peak of the lower heavens. If this disciple Yuan is really from one of the 4 ancient families, it would make sense as to why he's so talented, but at the same time a nobody that no one recognizes. Min Li thought to herself as she watched Yuan improve with the flying dagger's technique at a shocking speed. Meanwhile, Yuan was having the time of his life controlling the starry abyss in the air, and once he'd familiarized himself with the technique, he began using it to attack the defensive puppets, flying dagger. Yuan activated his spiritual energy and directed the starry abyss in the air to fly straight at the puppet, and the starry abyss trembled for a split second before shooting itself towards the puppet like a shooting star. Whoosh! The starry abyss arrived before the puppet before one could even finish blinking their eyes and struck the puppet in the center of its head before it could even react. Boom! The defensive puppet was sent flying backward, even hitting another puppet in the back before stopping. So powerful, Yuan mumbled in a dumbfounded voice when he saw the destructive power from the technique. And this is only a mortal rank technique? Or is the power mostly due to the starry abyss because it's a soul weapon? Meanwhile, Min Li's mouth was wide open from shock after she witnessed the powerful blow from the flying daggers techniques. Visit LitNov LPub.com for a better experience. What the heck? The flying daggers is only a mortal rank technique and is known for being fast but weak. Yet he's displaying power with the technique that rivals even Earth rank destructive techniques. Not to mention he'd just learned the technique not long ago. Min Li cried inwardly. A few moments later, the puppet that had been struck by the abyss dagger slowly returned to standing in front of Yuan, but there was a small crack on its forehead. Even though I don't have to pay for it, I shouldn't destroy it. Yuan thought to himself, and he proceeded to continue his training with the flying daggers technique, and every time he went to strike the defensive puppet, he made sure to hit the puppet in a new area and avoided the cracked areas. Once the puppet was full of cracks, Yuan went to another puppet and continued his training. About half an hour later, another notification appeared. Your comprehension for flying daggers has reached a new level. Flying daggers mastery level 1, 2, a flying daggers rank, mortal mastery level 2. Let's see just how much of a difference a single mastery level makes. Yuan mumbled to himself in anticipation before using the flying daggers on the starry abyss and attacking a brand new defensive puppet at full power and speed. Whoosh! The starry abyss floating in the air suddenly flickered and disappeared, and in the speed it takes for one to blink, the starry abyss had already reached the puppet in the chest. Boom! To Yuan's surprise, the starry abyss not only sent the puppet flying, but it had also created a hole the size of one's fist in the middle of the puppet's chest. Clang! Once the puppet bumped into another puppet many meters away, the puppet struck by the starry abyss broke into 2 pieces, dumbfounding Yuan and every disciple in the practice area that had been startled by the loud noise created by the impact. He broke the training puppet. I have never seen anyone achieve that before. Updated from Light Novel Pubcom. Just who is that disciple? I don't recognize his face. The disciples there mumbled to each other after witnessing a training puppet being destroyed in such a vicious manner for the first time. He He really destroyed a training puppet? Min Li mumbled to herself in a low voice and stood there with a dazed face. A few moments later, Min Li suddenly began making her way towards the second area with a sword in her hands and a resolute look on her beautiful face. "Look at that, Fairy! Min is also going to challenge the training puppet. She definitely wants to try it herself after seeing what that disciple achieved." The disciples noticed her actions and watched in anticipation. Chapter 1 of the 3, Challenging Yuan. If he can destroy a training puppet whilst being 2 whole levels below me in cultivation, not to mention with a mortal rank technique, there's no reason why I, Min Li, cannot destroy one too. Min Li thought to herself with a resolute look on her face, feeling as though she'd been challenged by Yuan after seeing his dazzling display. Every single disciple in the practice area, including Yuan, stopped whatever they were doing to watch Min Li, who stood before a training puppet with an ordinary sword in her hands and a serious but still beautiful look on her face. Since he'd used an ordinary weapon and a mortal rank technique, I shall do the same. Min Li thought to herself as she prepared her mind and sword. After taking a deep breath, Min Li moved. She took a step forward with the sword in her hand raised and trembling. "Ha!" Min Li shouted out loud as she swung the sword in her hands. Boom! The training puppet flew many meters away from the impact. Wow, as expected of Fairy Min, to think she could display such strength with a mortal rank technique. This content is taken from LitRPG. That's true, but compared to that other disciple, it felt a little bit lacking, I think. One of the disciples there suddenly mumbled, "You idiot, don't say that out loud. What if Fairy Min hears you?" Another whispered. Min Li's eyebrows twitched a little bit when she heard those disciples talk, but she pretended as though she didn't hear it and focused on the training puppet. A moment later, the training puppet returned, and as she'd expected, there wasn't any damage on the puppet despite such a powerful blow. Min Li stared at the training puppet with a frown on her face, but she wasn't discouraged, as the previous attack was only a warm-up. After taking another breath, Min Li displayed her second strike, and the sword in her hand emitted an even more powerful aura than previously. Boom! The training puppet was sent flying once again by the strike. Wow, that strike was at least twice as powerful as the last one, and it surpassed even the other disciples' attacks at first. As expected of Fairy Min, I knew her first strike was only a warm-up. However, despite the disciples' praises, Min Li did not feel happy even in the slightest, as she knew very well that it wasn't enough to destroy the training puppet. The training puppet returned to her side a moment later, and there was a slight crack on its body, but it was nothing significant and could only be considered as superficial damage. How is this possible? Min Li pondered to herself. Although I am only using an ordinary weapon, my mastery with this mortal rank technique has long reached its peak after training with it for over 10 years, yet it cannot compare to his flying daggers technique that he just learned not long ago. This doesn't make any sense unless... Min Li turned to look at the beautiful weapon in Yuan's grasp. Unless that's not an ordinary weapon at all, I'd been fooled by its lack of aura. That weapon is definitely a powerful treasure. There's no way someone from the ancient family will carry around an ordinary weapon. Since that's the case, I will also use my personal weapon. After convincing herself that Yuan's starry abyss was actually a treasure, and not an ordinary weapon at all, Min Li stowed away her ordinary sword and retrieved another sword. A beautiful blue sword that emitted a sharp and profound aura that sent chills down the disciples' back when they saw it. There it is, Fairy Min's heaven-grade treasure. The eternal fairy needle. Wow, the blade of that sword is incredibly thin. I have never seen anything like that before. But won't it affect its durability? Are you stupid? That's a heaven-grade treasure. You cannot judge treasures by their appearance, even though it has an incredibly thin blade. It's actually more durable than even broadswords, at least that's what I heard. Whilst the disciples mumbled to each other, Min Li prepared herself for the third strike. Some time later, Min Li stepped forward while shouting in a loud voice, "Ha!" The eternal fairy needle in her grasp flew forward, striking the training puppet directly on the chest. Boom! The training puppet was sent flying like it had been launched by a rocket launcher and landed in the third practice area many meters in the distance. Heavens, what a powerful strike! I don't think I have seen even Earth-grade techniques display such power. Visit lightnovelpub.com for a better experience. Do you think Fairy Min managed to destroy the training puppet with that strike just now? Of course, there's simply no way the training puppet could have survived that. However, to everybody's surprise, the training puppet returned a few moments later with only a large crack in its chest. What the heck? Are the training puppets really that durable? To the point where it can withstand even a heaven-grade treasure? If that's the case, then how powerful is that disciple who destroyed it completely? The disciples were shocked beyond belief when they realized just how difficult it was to destroy a training puppet, and they all turned to look at Yuan, who had been standing there with an innocent face with shocked gazes. Meanwhile, Min Li stared at the training puppet with a slightly angry look on her face, feeling irritated for the first time in many years. As a genius who is often praised by her surroundings and with very few rivals in her life, she cannot help but feel angry when she suddenly meets another individual who she cannot even begin to compare to, not to mention she was being watched by hundreds of other disciples. I know I dug this hole myself when I decided to challenge him, but I have vastly underestimated him. If I don't destroy the training puppet, my face will be in jeopardy. Min Li thought to herself, since it has come to this, I must go all out, even if I am cheating a little. Visit lightnovelpub.com for a better experience, Chapter 134, Admitting to Fia. If I don't destroy a training puppet today, it won't just affect my reputation, but also my family. I cannot let that happen no matter what, not even if I have to sacrifice all of my faces. Min Li thought to herself. A moment later, she took a deep breath before taking a unique stance. When the other disciples saw this and recognized her stance, they immediately shouted with excitement. That's the Min family's most powerful technique. A divine rank technique? What? She's going from a mortal rank technique to a divine rank technique? Does she want to destroy that training puppet so badly? Well, think about it as though you were in her shoes. She was the one who decided to challenge that disciple who'd managed to destroy the training puppet. If she loses, it'll affect her reputation alongside her family's reputation, and you know how much the 7 legacy families values their reputation. But that disciple used a mortal rank technique, and it was even the flying daggers technique that is known for being weak. If she uses a divine rank technique, wouldn't that be cheating and count as her loss regardless? Well, yeah, but at least she will save some face for destroying the training puppet. While the disciples mumbled to each other, Min Li focused on her next and final attack, even picking a new training puppet that did not have any cracks to make it a little bit fairer. This will definitely make me lose face, but at least I will destroy the training puppet. With that in mind, Min Li took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble a little, and she swung the sword in her hands that radiated with a profound aura. Ha! Min Li shouted at the top of her lungs, attempting to force every ounce of strength in her body out with her voice. Boom! An explosion occurred upon impact, and the training puppet was sent flying like a shooting star, crashing into many other training puppets. Heavens, the other disciples' jaw dropped to the ground when they witnessed the destructive power of the divine rank technique. There was simply no way the training puppet would be able to move again after being hit by such a powerful strike. Ha, ha, ha. Did I destroy it? Min Li kneeled on the ground with an exhausted expression on her face while panting heavily. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. The divine rank technique had exhausted pretty much all of her spiritual energy, making something as easy as standing a difficult task for her. The other disciples also watched with nervous expressions, their gazes all staring at the mountain of training puppets that had piled up after the Min Li's attack. A few moments later, the training puppets began moving once again and slowly returned to their original spots. However, the disciples and Min Li didn't care about the other training puppets, only the one that she'd struck. 2 minutes later, they could finally see the training puppet that Min Li attacked. Impossible, Min Li mumbled with clear disbelief on her face as the training puppet that she'd struck slowly approached her with a long and deep cut on its chest, feeling quite intimidating for some reason. A few moments later, the training puppet stood before Min Li once again, clearly still functional and not completely destroyed despite the damage it had sustained that would instantly kill any cultivator. How is that possible? The other disciples there were also in disbelief, and they turned to look at Yuan with a fearful expression on their faces. Updated from Light Novel Pubcom, if Yuan could destroy the training puppet completely with a mortal rank technique, whilst Min Li could not achieve the same results with a divine rank technique and a heaven-grade treasure, just how much more powerful is he? Damn it! Just who is this disciple Yuan? Min Li cried inwardly and stared at Yuan with a frustrated look on her face. Meanwhile, Yuan, who was completely oblivious that Min Li had challenged him, said to her, "Wow, that was such a powerful technique. I am impressed." See, cough. Min Li nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood after hearing Yuan's words, as she misunderstood it for mockery. This is the first time I've been humiliated in such a manner. He'd even mocked me for daring to challenge him. However, as frustrated as she was, Min Li wasn't angry at Yuan, mostly because she was the one who'd challenged him in the first place, even blaming herself for not being strong enough. "You? How old are you?" Min Li asked Yuan sometime later. "Me? 18 years old." Yuan calmly responded. "New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pubcom." Min Li stared at him with a gawking expression. "He's the same age as me. Yet there's such a vast disparity between us. He's definitely from one of the 4 ancient families. I'm almost certain now," Min Li cried inwardly. "Anyway, I'm going to return home for now." Yuan turned around and walked away. However, Min Li shouted at him, "Wait for a second, yes?" Yuan looked at her with a calm expression. I won't lose to you next time. Regardless of your background, I am going to win next time," Min Li declared with a determined look on her face. Okay?" Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner, as he had no idea what she was talking about. But he figured that it would be for the best to just nod his head and accept it. Visit lightnovelpub.com for a better experience. Min Li was speechless. Does she really look that insignificant in his eyes? Are the 4 ancient families really that much more powerful than the 7 legacy families? Just you wait. Although I may be nothing more than an ant in your eyes right now, I swear that I will catch up to you and make you recognize me as your equal." Min Li swore to herself as she watched Yuan disappear from the practice area. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to his home and acted as though nothing special had happened, completely unaware that he'd made Min Li think of him as a rival. Chapter 135, Unbelievable Rumor. Just who was that outer court disciple? I have never seen him before, nor do I recognize his face. Does anyone here know him? One of the disciples there suddenly asked out loud. No, I have also never seen him around here before, and I come to this place nearly every day. Me neither. I have trained here every day for the past 2 years without missing a single day, and I also don't recognize him. Since nobody there recognized Yuan's identity, they all turned to look at Ferryman with a questioning gaze. After a moment of silence, one of them decided to ask her, "Fairy Min, do you perhaps know who that outer court disciple was?" "I don't know him." Min Li responded in an irritated voice before standing up and patting her clothes and knees. Once she'd fixed her appearance, Min Li walked away while resisting the urge to cry, as she'd unintentionally suffered a humiliating defeat by Yuan before so many disciples, which will surely affect her reputation and possibly her family's face. Sometime later, once Min Li left the scene, the disciples at the practice area looked at each other and said, "Did you see how dejected Fairy Min looked just now? I think it would be better if we don't talk about this." "Yeah, I think so too. After all, talking bad about Fairy Min is akin to slapping the Min family in the face, and I don't want to risk offending one of the 7 legacy families." "Me too. I didn't see anything here today." This content is taken from Lit Novel Pub. Good. Then let's act as though nothing happened here today. However, even if the majority of the disciples there agreed to keep what happened today a secret, there were bound to be a few of them who couldn't keep their mouths shut and spoke about the event at the practice area to others, which quickly spread throughout the sect as a rumor. Luckily for Fairy Min, since only a few people spoke about it at first, the other disciples doubted this rumor when they heard it. as it was simply too unbelievable. What ferryman lost to some unknown outer court disciple in a challenge? That's outrageous. Some unknown outer court disciple managed to destroy a training puppet with an ordinary dagger and a mortal rank technique, the flying daggers technique, no less. How is that possible? You must have been dreaming. There's no way ferrymen would lose to some nobody. Quit your bullshit. I'm telling you the truth. If you go to the practice area now, you would see many cracked training puppets. These damages had been done by that outer court disciple. The disciple that spread the rumors said, feeling slightly annoyed that nobody believed him, "Do you think I'm stupid? Of course there would be cracked training puppets in the practice area. Do you know how many disciples practice there every day? I'd personally cracked one myself after hitting it over 1,000 times in a single day." That's not what I mean. Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. I don't know who you are, but if you continue to gossip about Fairy Min in a negative light, I will personally give your skull some cracks. Get lost. That disciple was speechless. After pondering for a minute, he realized that it made sense why nobody would believe him, as the event was simply too unbelievable. If he didn't witness it himself, he would have definitely reacted the same as these disciples. Meanwhile, after returning to her own room, Min Li collapsed on the bed with her head buried deep inside her pillow and began crying her eyes out, releasing all of her frustration alone after today's defeat. "I swear I won't lose to you next time, Disciple Yuan," Min Li cried out loud sometime later. As for Yuan, he was casually laying on the comfortable bed inside his room while staring at the floating starry abyss in the air. Even though he'd already reached Mastery Level 2 for this technique, he just cannot seem to get enough of it, as it had reminded him of the flying sword. "Hopefully I'll be able to control a flying sword soon," he mumbled in a low voice. After spending some time reading the guidebook some more to decide where he wanted to go for tomorrow, Yuan logged off the game to cultivate in the real world until Yu-Ro returned from school to feed him dinner. "Even though I haven't slept in an entire week, I don't feel tired, even filled to the brim with energy. I wonder if this is actually healthy for me," Yuan wondered to himself as he calmed his mind to prepare for another night of cultivation. Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. However, unlike the past few days, Yuan did not cultivate throughout the whole night and decided to cultivate only for a few hours before going to sleep. The next morning, Yu-Ro said to him, "Brother, Dr. Wang will be coming later this morning. Do you think you can wait for him to finish before you play the game? I have school, so I won't be able to attend, but Meishu will be here if you need anything." "Okay," Yuan said. Once Yu-Ro left for school, Yuan began cultivating until someone knocked on his room. "Young master, Dr. Wang is here to see you." Meishu knocked on his door and said, "Let him in," Yuan responded. Dr. Wang entered the room with Meishu a moment later. "How have you been feeling lately, young master? Does your body hurt anywhere? Do you feel any different than usual?" Dr. Wang asked him. "No, I feel as great as usual," Yuan quickly responded. "Visit lightnovelpub.com for a better experience, as great as usual." Dr. Wang raised his eyebrows in a surprised manner. Normally, one wouldn't claim to feel great if they were in Yuan's condition. "That's great to hear. Anyway, I have brought some equipment with me to scan your body today, but since this is portable equipment, it is also weaker than the ones in the hospital, so I will need to remove your clothes," Dr. Wang said before turning to look at Meishu and said, "Do you mind helping the young master strip while I prepare the equipment? Thank you." A speechless and perplexed look appeared on Meishu's face, but she nodded regardless, and then she approached Yuan on the bed a moment later. Chapter 136, A Bug in the System. "Excuse me, young master. I'll be removing your clothes now," Meishu said to him once she was beside the bed. "Go ahead," Yuan said. Meishu swallowed nervously and reached for Yuan's pajamas with trembling hands. Although Yu-Ro had specifically told her to not touch Yuan unless absolutely necessary, she also told her to assist Dr. Wang if he requested help, which conflicted with each other and placed Meishu in a difficult spot. A few moments later, Meishu stripped Yuan until he was stark naked. When Dr. Wang saw this, he spoke in an awkward voice. "You didn't need to remove his underwear." "Ah, I am so sorry, young master. I wasn't thinking properly just now, Meixiu exclaimed in a startled voice after realizing her mistake, and she quickly went to put Yuan's underwear back on his body. But alas, she'd unintentionally touched something soft while fixing his underwear due to her panicked and hasty movements. The young lady is going to kill me if she finds out that I'd soiled the young master's body with my hands. Meixiu cried inwardly after she realized what she'd done.
Ha ha ha! Yuan suddenly laughed, and he said, "You've always been clumsy, Meixiu. Don't worry about it too much. Visit lightnovellpub.com for the best novel reading experience. But the young lady." "I won't say anything if you won't," Yuan said with a smile on his face. Meixiu was speechless. "Is she really going to keep this a secret from Yu Ru?" I understand, young master. Thank you and sorry." Meixiu bowed to him despite the fact that Yuan wouldn't be able to see it. Dr. Wang shook his head when he saw this, but this wasn't any of his business, so he acted as though it had never happened. Sometime later, Dr. Wang approached the bed with the equipment by his side. However, Dr. Wang's eyes widened with shock when he saw Yuan's body. Young master? What happened to your body?" Dr. Wang exclaimed in a shocked voice. "Huh? Did something happen to my body?" Yuan's eyebrows quickly furrowed into a worried face. The source of this content is lightnovelpub.com. And no, it's just that compared to last week, your body is much bulkier and clearly has more muscles in general, almost like you've been working out. Dr. Wang spoke in a dumbfounded voice, as this is a situation that he has never encountered before. After all, how does a cripple who cannot move anything below his neck suddenly obtain muscles when all he does is lay around in the bed all day? Meixiu couldn't help but glance at Yuan's body out of curiosity, and sure enough, there were some defined areas on his body, something she didn't notice before because she was too nervous. "I have no idea," Yuan said, despite having a clue as to what might have caused this, and he continued, "Maybe it's because I have been eating 3 bowls of soup instead of just 1 every meal." Dr. Wang was speechless. If drinking 3 bowls of soup per meal would give one muscle without doing anything, everybody in the world would drink soup every day for all 3 meals. If anything, Yuan should be getting fatter, yet one could easily tell at a glance that the muscles on Yuan's body were real muscles and not fat. "Excuse me, young master, I'm going to take a quick look at your body." Dr. Wang began testing the toughness of Yuan's muscles. "Heavens, his muscles are even stronger than mine. Although I may be old, I shouldn't lose to someone like the young master who hasn't lifted a finger for many years." Dr. Wang cried inwardly after his quick assessment. Is this a good thing?" Dr. Wang pondered with a serious look on his face as he was unsure of how to diagnose Yuan's situation. While it would normally be a good thing for someone to gain muscles, it might be troublesome for someone like Yuan who cannot use his body. What if his muscles continued to grow to the point where it might harm Yuan's body instead? Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Sometime later, Dr. Wang decided to scan Yuan's body before he decided on anything. Dr. Wang then placed 4 pieces of equipment that resembled large bracelets on Yuan's body, 1 on each limb. Afterward, Dr. Wang placed a dozen wired sensors all over Yuan's body and connected it to the monitor beside the bed. "I am going to scan your body now, young master," Dr. Wang said as he pressed a button on the monitor. A few moments later, the equipment began glowing a neon green color, and the wired sensors also began trembling slightly while glowing as well. After waiting for a few minutes, Dr. Wang could see an X-ray of Yuan's body on the monitor. What is this?" Dr. Wang mumbled in a dazed voice when he saw the results. Dr. Wang then rubbed his eyes for a few seconds before looking at the monitor again, and sure enough, he was not dreaming, and he could see Yuan's bones glowing a subtle but golden color. Is this a glitch in the system? Dr. Wang immediately came to this conclusion, as it was the only logical one he could think of. Well, this equipment is not as powerful or accurate as the ones in the hospital, so something like this can happen from time to time. New novel chapters are published on lightnovelpub.com, but I'll do it again just in case. Dr. Wang proceeded to restart the monitor before scanning Yuan's body again. A few minutes later, the same results came back, but with even more clarity. What the heck? Why does it look like there are golden symbols etched onto the young master's bones? Dr. Wang was truly baffled, speechless this time, as he could not find a logical explanation for this phenomenon other than it being a weird glitch in the software. After all, there was simply no way there could be golden symbols engraved onto Yuan's bones, as that would require surgery, something Yuan clearly hasn't had since ever. "Is everything okay?" Yuan asked him sometime later. "Yes, your bones seem to be okay," Dr. Wang hastily said, treating the golden symbols as a bug in the system, Chapter 137, perfectly healthy. After checking Yuan's X-ray, Dr. Wang proceeded to test Yuan's blood and a few other things. Once the results came back and there was nothing abnormal, Dr. Wang said, "Okay, I'm done with your checkup, young master. Your body is as healthy as usual, and there's nothing wrong with your blood. In fact, I would even say that you're getting healthier every time I see you. Do you have any questions for me before I leave, young master?" "Yes, Dr. Wang. Is my condition really caused by some unknown and undetectable illness?" Yuan suddenly asked. After all, if the translucent dew of flawlessness and Feng Yixiao's phoenix blood had affected him in real life, why didn't the phoenix blood heal his condition when it supposedly cured all of illness and injuries? Why is he still crippled? Dr. Wang shook his head in a solemn manner. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "I've already told you this many times already, young master, but we cannot find anything wrong with your body, your blood, your bones, your muscles, anything that could be tested in your body we have already tested, and multiple times too. However, the results are always the same. You are completely healthy. With that being said, there's no way someone healthy would suddenly lose their ability to move their body and see. So we could conclude that it is a new illness that can avoid our current technology. I'm really sorry that I cannot be of more help to you, young master. I'm also really ashamed to even call myself a doctor whenever I am before you." Dr. Wang sighed. "There's no need for you to feel guilty, Dr. Wang. I understand that there are some things in this world that cannot be fixed, no matter what, and I am simply one of those things," Yuan said to him with a smile on his face. "Young master, you are truly too kind," Dr. Wang said, feeling an urge to cry for more. Visit LitNovElp.com. Why did the heavens punish the young master in such a way? What did he do to deserve this kind of life? This is too cruel, even if the heavens are jealous of the young master's talents. Dr. Wang sighed inwardly. Sometime later, Mixu escorted Dr. Wang outside before returning to his room. "Do you need anything from me, young master?" Mixu asked him afterward. Can you help me put my clothes back on?" Yuan said. "Oh, right. I nearly forgot about that." Mixu quickly went to put on his clothes, as she didn't want to be responsible if Yuan catches a cold because of it. "I am going in the game now," Yuan said to her afterward. "I understand, young master. I'll head to school to serve the young lady now," Mixu said. "Have fun," Yuan said. Fun, Mixu thought to herself. While she found helping Yuru fun, there was nothing fun about going to school where she must act like a student and a servant at the same time. Visit LitNovElp.com for the best novel reading experience. Although Mixu is a maid, she is also a student at the same time, and because of Yuru, she got to attend the same prestigious school as Yuru. And because only rich and famous students go to that school, it was common seeing these students bringing their servants to school with them. Sometime later, Mixu left the room and closed the lights whilst Yuan returned to Cultivation Online. After returning to his room in the Disciple, Yuan sat on the bed and spoke out loud. "Xiaohua, Feng Feng, I have a question. Can you come out for a moment?" A second later, Xiaohua came out of his necklace whilst Feng Yixiao emerged from his chest. "What's the matter, young master?" Feng Yixiao asked him. "Well, it's like this." Yuan proceeded to tell them about his condition in the real world without saying it's him. "Wow, that sounds horrible." Feng Yixiao shook her head afterward, and she continued, "If I had to live like that, I'd probably ask to be killed." For more, visit LitNovElp.com. Yuan was speechless, but it was not as though he didn't understand Feng Yixiao's thoughts. Feng, you said that your phoenix blood could cure all illness, right? What if a person in that condition consumes your blood but doesn't heal? Then what would that mean? Yuan then asked her. Indeed, my phoenix blood can cure all illnesses, however. There is a limit to such abilities, as it will only cure mortal illnesses, she said. Mortal illness? What does that even mean? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Xiaohua then spoke. Just like poison in medicine, there are many levels of illnesses. In other words, there are illnesses only mortals can have, whilst cultivators are immune to them. However, that goes both ways, as there are illnesses that can only affect cultivators but not mortals, as we have different bodies and immune systems. Heavens, I didn't know there exists such a thing, Yuan mumbled. Anyway, my blood can heal all mortal illnesses and most illnesses that affect only cultivators. If this is a cultivator we're talking about, then that is most likely the case. If the crippled person is a mortal, then that person must have contracted something extremely rare and powerful that would even affect cultivators. Is this person someone you know, young master? If that's the case, it'd be better if you find a real expert. After all, we're not doctors, at least I don't think so. Feng Yixiao turned to look at Xiaohua, who shook her head. Xiaohua only knows the basics, she said. For more, visit lighttnovelpub.com. A real expert, huh? Where can I find one? Yuan then asked. I know of a few renowned doctors in the lower heavens, but they are always traveling, so I don't always know where they are. However, if I sense their aura, I'll immediately let you know, young master, Feng Yixiao said. Thanks a bunch, Feng. I'll be counting on you. Yuan nodded. Chapter 138, Carp. Leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower after talking to Feng Yixiao and Xiaohua for a few more minutes, they returned to their own home, while Yuan prepared to leave the house once again to explore the sect. However, before Yuan could even take a dozen steps out of his house, a familiar voice resounded. Where are you going? Yuan turned around to see Min Li standing by the door with slightly dark eyes, almost like she didn't get enough sleep last night or something. I'm going to the Carp Leaping Over Dragon's Gate Tower, Yuan responded with a super long name. Carp Leaping Over Dragon's Gate Tower is a unique place in the sect where disciples go to test their skills and challenge their limits by fighting powerful beasts, and the faster one defeats the beasts, the higher score they will obtain. The place is so popular and important to the sect and disciples that there is even a ranking just for it, allowing the disciples to compete with each other for the top ranks. However, because of its difficulties, only those who have been in the sect for over a year would dare to challenge it, unless they were talented geniuses from powerful families such as Min Li. But even someone like Min Li wouldn't challenge the Carp Leaping Over Dragon's Gate Tower so quickly and without any preparations. This guy? It's only his second day as a disciple and he's already challenging that place? Just how much is he trying to show off his talents? Min Li cried inwardly. When she saw Yuan walking away a moment later, she quickly said, Wait a moment, I'm coming too. Visit lightnovel.com for the best novel reading experience. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Why is she following him again? But since he didn't have an issue with it, nor a reason to shoo her away, he didn't say anything in the end. Some time later, they arrived before an incredibly tall building that almost pierced the clouds. It was so tall that Yuan was able to see it from his building, hence why he'd managed to get to this place without any problems. Furthermore, there were two more of these towers further in the distance, presumably within the inner court and the center of the sect. There were at least 100 floors in this massive tower, and there was also an incredibly large golden board located next to the entrance with many disciples around it. Look, Mingyong defeated the Guardian on the 51st floor and entered the 52nd floor. He has managed to enter the top 200. The disciples there shouted with excitement when the name Mingyong appeared on the bottom of the list on the golden board that had a total of 200 names on it. Yuan looked up, and sure enough, there was a golden light emitting from the windows on the 51st floor. If you want to become an inner court disciple, you must defeat at least 30 floors. 75 floors if you want to be a core disciple, Min Li said to him from behind. "How does it work?" Yuan asked her without looking back. "Every floor will have a magical beast that you must defeat in order to advance. Some will have more than one. If you defeat the magical beast, you'll get to ascend to the next level, and you'll repeat this until you can no longer continue. Also, you are only allowed 15 minutes of rest for each floor," Min Li explained to him. "For more, visit LitNovel Pub." Calm after a moment of silence, she asked him, "If you don't mind me asking, why are you challenging the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower now? You still have plenty of time until the next Inner Court Disciple examination. Don't you want to improve your strength as much as possible before you challenge it? I can challenge this place as many times as I want, right? Then why does it matter if I challenge it now or later? I also read from the guidebook that there will be a special reward for you if you manage to beat all 100 floors, Yuan said. 100 floors? Min Li looked at him from behind with a dumbfounded look on her face. There have been less than 10 disciples since the sect's founding that had managed to complete all 100 floors, and it has been over 1,000 years since the last disciple achieved such a feat. "Do you really think you can complete 100 floors?" Min Li asked him. And she continued, "Furthermore, the magical beasts in the tower are all illusions that adjust to your cultivation level, so you can only rely on your own skills and talent to defeat them. Raw strength won't work." "Oh, so I can train here regardless of my cultivation level. That's good to hear," said Yuan, who wanted to hone his dagger and sword skills some more, but is having a hard time finding opponents at his level. "Can I go inside, even though there's already someone inside? Or do I have to wait?" Yuan then asked. "Only one person can challenge the tower at a time." "You can register over there?" Min Li pointed at the small pavilion a dozen meters away from them. "Okay, then I'll wait a second." Min Li suddenly stopped him. "What is it this time?" Yuan looked at her with raised eyebrows. "I'm going to go first this time," Min Li said with a resolute look on her face. Sure," Yuan nodded. Since Min Li looked desperate to challenge the tower, Yuan didn't argue with her and allowed her to go first. Min Li then approached the pavilion. "Look over there. That's Min Li. It looks like she's going to challenge the tower too. How daring! This is only her second day at the sect, and she's already challenging the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, as expected of a genius from one of the 7 legacy families." When the disciples there noticed her presence, they were immediately hyped, and they could not wait to see her performance. Chapter 139, taking longer than expected. Disciple Min, are you going to challenge the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower today?" The sect elder, sitting in the small pavilion, showed a surprised face and asked her in a slightly excited voice. "Yes, I am." Min Li nodded and handed her disciple identification token to him. "Very well. I have recorded your name, Disciple Min. Good luck," the sect elder said to her. After Min Li left the pavilion, Yuan approached the place and said to the sect elder, "I'd like to challenge the tower, too. Let me see your identification token." The sect elder spoke in an uninterested tone, his attitude towards Yuan being completely different from Min Li, which was expected. "Here you go." Yuan handed his bronze identification token to the sect elder. "You have been a disciple at the sect for only 2 days, and you want to challenge the tower? You must be full of yourself." The sect elder shook his head at Yuan. "Eh? But Disciple Min is the same as me," Yuan said with a dumbfounded look. "The same as you. Outrageous. How dare you compare yourself to a genius from one of the 7 legacy families? Who do you think you are?" Yuan was speechless. Why is he being scolded? Did he say something wrong? New novel chapters are published on LitRPG.com. The sect elder then quickly recorded his name down before tossing the identification token back at him in a disrespectful manner. Yuan stared at the sect elder with a frown on his face after catching the identification token. "What are you looking at? You got something to say?" The sect elder frowned back. "No." Yuan decided that he didn't want to waste his energy on this sect elder and turned around and walked away, not to mention that he'd already argued with another sect elder not long ago. A few minutes after returning to the tower, Yuan noticed a red light coming from the 52nd floor. Aya, Mingyong failed. 52 floors is still an incredible achievement since he'd managed to reach the top 200 in the tower ranking. Give him a few more years and he'll definitely reach 75 floors and become a core disciple. A few more minutes later, the entrance to the tower opened, and a handsome young man walked out with a messy and bloodied appearance, looking like he'd been beaten and robbed by a group of bandits. New novel chapters are published on Lit, Novel Pub, .com. Seeing this, Min Li turned to look at Yuan and said to him before approaching the tower, "I won't lose to you this time, disciple Yuan." Min Li then retrieved her heaven-grade sword and entered the tower. Look, Ferryman's going to challenge the tower next. The disciples there watched her enter the tower with admiration in their gazes, and even Ming Yong bowed to her despite being injured himself. Good luck, Ferryman. What floor do you think Ferryman will reach? Definitely over 60 floors. I'm willing to bet that she'll achieve over 75 floors. Meanwhile, Yuan stared at the heaven-grade sword in Min Li's grasp. Xiaohua, didn't you tell me before that one must have a sufficient cultivation level before they can wield a powerful treasure or their body will explode? How come she can wield a heaven-grade treasure while being a spirit apprentice? Yuan asked Xiaohua in a low voice. In most cases, cultivators are only allowed to wield treasures at their level. However, like most situations in the world, there are special cases where people can wield treasures much stronger than themselves. For example, that girl might have a powerful bloodline that allows her to achieve such a feat, or it could be explained by a mythical cultivation technique their family owns, as these kinds of techniques are quite common in the upper heavens, especially for the powerful families. Xiaohua explained to him, "Young master, it could also be the weapon itself that's allowing that young lady to wield it despite her lacking cultivation base. After witnessing her strength yesterday, I can confidently say that was not the heaven grade's full potential. I have seen many spiritual treasures in my life, and there exist unique spiritual treasures that have such an ability." Feng Yixiao also gave her 2 cents, and she continued, "However, regardless of how she's able to wield it, that young lady will not be able to display that spiritual treasure's full strength until she increases her own cultivation base." "I see. Thank you for the explanation." Yuan nodded. Once Min Li entered the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, the door closed behind her, and the first floor lightened with a grayish light. A mere minute later, the grayish light on the first floor turned golden, signaling that Min Li had passed the first floor. Wow! As expected of Fairy Min, she's already cleared the first floor. How incredibly fast! Most disciples take nearly 5 minutes on average to finish the first floor. Another minute later, a golden light appeared on the second floor, and Min Li ascended to the third floor. After spending 10 minutes inside the tower, Min Li ascended a total of 9 floors, shocking the disciples watching outside. Furthermore, more and more disciples gathered at the tower to witness Min Li's spectacle after they learned that she was participating in the tower. On the 10th floor, Min Li took a little over 5 minutes to pass that floor, as she'd to fight 2 magical beasts instead of 1 on the 10th floor. Because the difficulty increased with each floor, especially every 10 floors, Min Li needed more and more time to pass each floor as she ascended to the top, and by the time she reached the 19th floor, over 20 minutes had passed. As for the 20th floor, it took her nearly 10 minutes to defeat. Half an hour later, Min Li arrived at the 29th floor, and the 30th floor took her 15 minutes to defeat. This is taking much longer than I'd expected, Yuan thought to himself after realizing how long it took to climb this tower. Guess I'll go get something to eat while she's inside. And with that in mind, Yuan left the scene to look for some food, as he didn't like the idea of just standing around and doing nothing. Chapter 140 Dragon Pavilion. After leaving the area, Yuan went to the Dragon Pavilion that is known for its delicious food. At least that's what the guidebook claimed. This smell is delicious. Yuan's nose twitched with delight when he smelled a sweet and luscious aroma before he could even see the Dragon Pavilion, allowing him to reach the area without using his eyes. A few minutes later, he arrived before this enormous pavilion that had round tables set up everywhere, both inside and outside of the pavilion, almost like a feast,
and most of the tables were already occupied by disciples. "Wow, this is a restaurant? I have never seen anything like this before," Yuan mumbled in a slightly dazed voice after seeing this place that looked more like a public gathering than anything. "Hello, are you here to dine?" One of the disciples suddenly approached him and asked him, "Huh?" Yuan looked at this young man wearing a banner over his outer court disciple's uniform that read Dragon Pavilion with raised eyebrows. "You work here, even though you are a disciple?" Yuan couldn't help but ask him, "You must be a new disciple if you're asking such a question. And yes, disciples can work in the sect for contribution points," said the disciple. "I see," Yuan nodded as he learned something new again. "Anyway, are you going to eat here?" the disciple asked him again. Updated from lightnovel.com. "Yes, I want to dine here." Yuan quickly nodded. "Since you are a new disciple, I can only assume that you don't have a lot of contribution points, and the food here requires you to pay contribution points," said the disciple, and he continued, "If you want to use money, you'll have to go to the cafeteria, or you can pay other disciples who have contribution points." "How much do they cost?" Yuan asked, with slightly wide eyes. He has to use contribution points even for food. The common dishes generally cost around 1 to 5 contribution points, while the most expensive ones are around 10 contribution points, said the disciple. "Oh, then there's no problem," Yuan said with a calm look on his face. "You're really going to eat here?" The disciple looked at Yuan with slight disbelief on his face. "Because the Dragon Pavilion is a luxury, almost all of the disciples that come to the Dragon Pavilion are wealthy disciples that have plenty of contribution points, and most new disciples would rather save their contribution points for something more meaningful than food, such as cultivation techniques and cultivation resources." "Yes," Yuan nodded. I should have mentioned this early, but you also need 10 contribution points to reserve a table for an hour. If you stay longer than an hour, it'll be another 10 contribution points," said the disciple. New novel chapters are published on lightnovel.com. "That's fine." Yuan handed the disciple his gold identification token. Gold." The disciple covered his mouth and exclaimed in a shocked voice after seeing Yuan's gold identification token. I am deeply sorry for not recognizing you, Senior." The disciple quickly bowed to Yuan after realizing that he was before a big shot with a gold identification token. Don't worry about it," Yuan said with a puzzled look on his face. "Please follow me. I'll bring you to our best table," said the disciple, and he proceeded to lead Yuan deeper into the pavilion. Sometime later, they reached this secluded and small table that was surrounded by water with colorful fishes swimming within and beautiful flowers and giant water lilies floating around. "Wow, what a peaceful and calming place," Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice, as he could already feel his mood improving just from being in that atmosphere. "Here's the menu, Senior, by the way. My name is Chubo," said the disciple as he handed a golden menu to Yuan after he sat down. "This is it." Yuan was surprised to see only a little over 20 items on the menu. Follow current novels on lightnovel.com. Although there are not many choices, I can guarantee you that every dish on the menu is considered as a favorite by every disciple that has dined here before, said Chubo. Furthermore, the menu changes every week. "Then can I get everything on the menu?" Yuan said without hesitation a moment later. Everything?" Chubo looked at Yuan with wide eyes, and he continued, "The portions are not small, Senior. A single dish can feed 2 to 4 people. "It'll be okay," Yuan said with a smile on his face. "I can handle it." I understand that'll be a total of 124 contribution points," Chubo said with his back feeling sweaty, as he cannot imagine spending 124 contribution points on food, even if they taste extremely good. Yuan handed Chubo his identification token. Once the contribution points were paid, Chubo bowed to Yuan and said, "Thank you, Senior. I'll be right back." Once Chubo left the scene, Yuan turned to look at the water and watched the fishes swim around elegantly for a few minutes, until he noticed a figure suddenly jumping towards the water and landing on one of the giant water lilies floating in the middle of the water. And this figure was a beautiful young lady holding what appeared to be an instrument in her fair hands. "Woo! I have been waiting for this," Someone from the other side of the pavilion suddenly shouted, "I came here today just to listen to Fairy Fae's music." "Me too. I cannot wait to hear Fairy Fae's zither music." Yuan raised his eyebrows after hearing the disciples from around the pavilion. "A zither? She's going to play music with that large instrument?" Yuan mumbled to himself in a low voice after seeing this unfamiliar instrument, feeling an indescribable sensation in his heart afterward. A moment later, this young lady wearing pink robes known as Fairy Fae sat down on the giant water lily with the instrument known as a zither placed on top of her lap, and after taking a deep breath, she placed her fingers on the thin strings and began playing music with it. Chapter 141, Fairy Fae's Zither Performance. The moment Fairy Fae's finger released the string on the zither, a beautiful and clear music note that pulled people's heartstrings resounded in the area, even creating a single ripple on the water that moved like a small wave. Yuan could feel his heart beating faster when he heard this music note, and his eyes narrowed at Fairy Fae's hands that danced elegantly and skillfully on the zither, ignoring her beautiful face and everything else, while everyone else was focused on her facial expressions and beauty. What a unique sound and elegant performance. I can feel my mind calming down just from listening to her music, Yuan thought to himself after watching Fairy Fae play the zither for a few minutes. If this Fairy Fae were to perform in his world, she would become an instant sensation around the world with her skills. "Excuse me? Senior?" Chubo's voice suddenly resounded in Yuan's ears. "Eh?" Yuan turned around to see Chubo standing behind him, and he quickly said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I was too absorbed in that young lady's performance." "Haha, don't worry about it, Senior. That's a natural reaction for everyone when they hear Fairy Fae play the zither for the first time," Chubo said, and he continued to explain, Fairy May is actually a core disciple who often comes to the Dragon Pavilion to practice her zither, allowing the guests to enjoy their food and listen to wonderful music at the same time. Of course, she's also getting paid contribution points for doing this, so she benefits from it too. Anyway, your food will be ready in a few minutes, Senior. Please enjoy Fairy Fae's zither play in the meantime." Yuan nodded and returned to watching Fairy Fae play the zither. After watching Fairy Fae's hand movements for a few minutes and memorizing all of her movements, Yuan closed his eyes to fully indulge himself in the music. "I see, so this is how you play the zither," Yuan mumbled to himself as he began imagining himself playing the zither inside his head, imitating Fairy Fae's hand movements while the sounds continued to flow into his ears. Visit lightnovellepub.com for the best novel reading experience. If one could see inside Yuan's mind right now, they would be shocked to see that all of his hand movements replicated Fairy Fae's movements perfectly, despite having his eyes closed. After imagining himself playing the zither for a few minutes, Yuan began moving his hands for real, acting as though he was playing an invisible zither on his lap. When Chubo saw this, his eyes widened with surprise, and then he turned to look at Fairy Fae's movements before he returned to looking at Yuan, comparing the two. "Heavens! It feels almost like I'm seeing Fairy Fae playing the zither before my very eyes when I am looking at him," Chubo cried inwardly, nearly mistaking Yuan as Fairy Fae because of his precise and flawless hand movements. This senior is also a zither expert, as expected of someone with a gold identification token? Chubo wondered, completely unaware that Yuan is actually a beginner who didn't even know the existence of zithers until just a few minutes ago. If Chubo had known this fact, who knows how he would react? Sometime later, the food Yuan had ordered arrived at his table, and he began stuffing his face, however. While his eyes and mouth were focused on the food on the table, his ears and mind were completely focused on Fairy Fae's zither music. Sometime later, once Yuan cleaned every single plate on the table with ease, he returned to watching Fairy Fae play the zither with a focused gaze, looking like how he would normally look when trying to learn a technique. Meanwhile, Chubo cleaned the table with a startled look on his face, as he has never seen a single person eat so much food and so quickly before. Visit lightnovellepub.com for the best novel reading experience. An hour passed within the blink of an eye since Yuan came to the Dragon Pavilion, and Chubo said to him, "Senior, your time in the Dragon Pavilion is up.
However, if you'd like to extend for another hour, that'd be 10 contribution points. How long does she usually play for?" Yuan pointed at Fairy Fei and asked Chu Bo. "It's mostly random, but usually between 2 to 4 hours," he responded. "There are even times when she'd practiced for an entire day without a break. I guess it all depends on her mood." "I'd like to extend for another hour, then," Yuan said as he handed another 10 contribution points to Chu Bo. "Thank you, Senior." Chu Bo bowed to him afterward before he returned to standing in the corner to wait for Yuan's orders. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to watching Fairy Fei's performance. "I kind of miss playing instruments." This thought suddenly appeared in Yuan's head after Fairy Fei finished another song. "Even though I used to hate playing the instruments because Mother and Father always forced me to practice until my fingers bled, after becoming crippled and being unable to even hold an instrument for many years, I am beginning to miss them." Yuan sighed inwardly. Visit LitNovelPoo.com for a better experience. After watching Fairy Fei for another hour, Yuan decided to leave the Dragon Pavilion and return to the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower to see if Min Li was close to finishing. "How was your experience being at our Dragon Pavilion for the first time, Senior?" Chu Bo asked Yuan afterward. "It was great," Yuan said to him, and he continued, "especially that young lady's performance. Although there are some flaws, it was a delightful experience overall." "Flaws, Fairy Fei?" Chu Bo looked at Yuan with wide eyes, seemingly speechless. Ting. A sharp music note suddenly resounded, startling everybody that was fully indulged in the music, causing everybody there to turn to look at Fairy Fei, who'd suddenly stopped playing the zither and was looking in a certain direction. Fairy Fei suddenly stood up and carried the zither with her hands before jumping from the giant water lily. Once she'd landed somewhere in the Dragon Pavilion, she narrowed her eyes at a handsome young man a few meters away and spoke in a cold voice. "I heard what you'd said just now, that my performance is flawed. I would love to listen to the reasoning behind your words, outer court disciple." "Oh, shit!" Chu Bo unconsciously took a few steps backward when Fairy Fei suddenly appeared before them. "The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. Chapter 122, Playing the Zither. You who claimed that my zither performance was flawed. What is the reasoning behind such claims? Are you also a zither expert? What qualifications do you have to call me out?" Fairy Fei looked at Yuan with narrowed eyes while she stood on the thin railings with perfect balance. "Qualifications?" Yuan raised his eyebrows, and then he said, "Although I'm not a zither expert, I don't need to be a zither expert to tell that you had made several mistakes in your playing in the last hour, as long as I have enough experience in music. I can tell if something is amiss just by the notes and flow alone, and there were several notes that didn't flow properly during your performance." This disciple Fairy Fei clenched her teeth tightly after hearing Yuan's words, and her eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. But she was not angry at him. In fact, she was surprised that Yuan had managed to notice her mistakes, even feeling a little bit nervous since she has never been caught or called out before, as everyone would just assume that she was perfect. However, she did not want to admit that she, a core disciple, was wrong right before 2 outer court disciples. "What is your name?" Fairy Fei suddenly asked him after a moment of silence. "Yuan," he calmly responded. "Disciple Yuan, right? Since you are so confident that my performance was flawed, why don't you show me how it's done?" Fairy Fei then laid her zither on the table and stared at Yuan with a serious look on her elegant face. "You have experience in music, right? Surely you will be able to play the zither better than me if that is the case." Yuan looked at the beautiful zither that seemed to be made of some kind of wood laying on the table with a somewhat dazed look on his face. Although he has never played the zither before, he was not someone who would shy away from something they have never experienced before, especially when it was related to music and instruments. After all, how else will he learn them if not by playing with them? "That's what I thought. Even though you may have a sharp intuition for music, you don't have what it takes to play the zither." Fairy Fei smiled inwardly after seeing Yuan's dazed face. For more, visit LitNovelPub.com. Of course, she'd rather if Yuan didn't actually play the zither, as she wouldn't know what to do if he really played the zither better than her. However, little did Fairy Fay know that she'd already dug a deep hole for herself by giving an instrument to Yuan, who was widely recognized by the whole world to be the #1 prodigy in history in the field of music. And when Fairy Fay saw Yuan reaching for the zither, she cried inwardly, "He's actually going to play the zither?" Fairy Fay frowned before speaking out loud. "Wait a second, what's the matter?" Yuan looked at her with an innocent look on his face, and he continued, "You want me to play the zither, right? Although I have never played it before, I should be able to play it to some extent. Eh? You have never played the zither before?" Fairy Fay looked at him with her clear eyes wide open, as did Chu Bo, who thought he was definitely an expert. Ahem. After a moment of silence, Fairy Fay cleared her throat before speaking in a somewhat stiff voice. Never mind. You can go ahead and play the zither." "Okay." Yuan nodded and pulled the zither closer before sitting back down. This content is taken from licknovelpoo.com. Yuan then closed his eyes to practice a little bit more inside his head. A few moments later, Yuan opened his eyes again and took a deep breath before he slowly lifted his hands, like he was prepared to play the piano. Such calm movements, I would have never thought this would be his first time if he didn't say it. Fairy Fay frowned when she saw Yuan's arm movements before he even began playing the zither. Yuan's finger gently touched one of the strings on the zither, and a single later. Ting, an extremely crisp and beautiful sound echoed in the place, creating a calm ripple on the water while causing Fairy Fay's heart to skip a beat at the same time. Another note immediate followed afterward. Ting, Yuan began playing the zither with precise movements like a real expert who had years of experience with the instrument, replaying one of Fairy Fay's earlier songs updated from light novel pub scum. Fairy Fay's jaw dropped when she saw this, and she cried inwardly, "This damn brat lied to me? How dare you say this is your first time playing the zither when you can produce such flawless notes?" Meanwhile, when the other guests at the Dragon Pavilion realized the music had returned, they immediately mistook Yuan's zither play for Fairy Fay's zither play. Where's Fairy Fay playing from? Why did she suddenly move locations? Who cares where she's playing from? This music is amazing. In fact, I think it sounds even better than just a few moments ago. Perhaps Fairy Fay found a new favorite spot enhancing her performance. When Fairy Fay heard the other guest's words, she nearly puked out a mouthful of blood on the spot, but somehow managed to resist it by clenching her teeth tightly together. Just who is this outer court disciple? If he can dine in this place, he's definitely no ordinary individual. However, I don't recognize him at all. Fairy Fay pondered to herself with a deep frown on her face. The only thing keeping Fairy Fay from losing her temperament was Yuan's unknown identity. Even though Yuan is only a mere outer court disciple, Fairy Fay knew very well that one's outer appearance can be very deceiving, and that she shouldn't judge someone just by their looks. After all, no sane outer court disciple would be able to keep calm before a core disciple, much less challenge them in such a manner. Chapter 143, completely absorbed. In Yuan's performance Ting, the music notes from the zither flowed throughout the entire Dragon Pavilion, sounding as though the heavens were singing, and Yuan progressively got better at playing the zither the longer he played it. Within minutes after he touched his first zither, Yuan's skills and movements have already drastically changed, even playing the zither in his own style. This shocked Fairy Fay, who cried inwardly, "His hand movements have changed. It looked like he was copying my style at first, but he suddenly started using his own style. What does this mean? Is this really his first time playing the zither? But that's impossible." A few more minutes later, after playing the final music note in the song, Yuan stopped moving his hands and turned to look at Fairy Fay before speaking. "What do you think? Although it was a bit rough, I have managed to play the song properly." "Rough? You call that performance rough," both Chu Bo and Fairy Fay cried inwardly after hearing his words. Fairy Fay stared at Yuan with a profound frown on her face, and she spoke after a moment of silence. "Play it again? Excuse me?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. "I said play the zither again. You said I had several flaws in my performance, right? Well, you're going to play every single song that I'd made a mistake in for me. New novel chapters are published on licknovelpub.com.
I don't mind, but my time at the Dragon Pavilion is already up, Yuan said, mostly because he also wanted to play the zither for a little bit longer after finding out how entertaining it was. Fairy Fei then turned to look at Chubo before speaking. I will pay for his extra time. Yes, senior apprentice, sister. Chubo nodded nervously. You can stay here as long as necessary now, Fairy Fei said after she returned to looking at Yuan. Yuan nodded and continued to play the zither a moment later, playing a completely different song this time. Ting, this is my original song, Swan Flying Above the Heavens. Let's see if he can play it properly. Fairy Fei proceeded to stare at Yuan with a sharp gaze and without blinking, almost like she couldn't afford to miss even the slightest movement from him. However, the longer she listened to Yuan play, the more Fairy Fei admired Yuan's skills, especially his hand movements, even feeling a little bit agitated that Yuan was playing her original song better than herself. As for Yuan, the more he played with the zither, the more comfortable he got with the instrument, and he even started to play the zither with his eyes closed midway through the third song. Ting, once Yuan began playing his fourth song, Fairy Fei took a seat next to him and closed her eyes, fully indulging herself in Yuan's zither play. Very quickly, Fairy Fei found herself completely absorbed in Yuan's performance, feeling as though each music note played by Yuan was massaging her body and mind. The other guests in the Dragon Pavilion also felt the same, and most of them had even stopped eating their food to fully focus on the music. Did Fairy Fei reach a new level with her zither? I have listened to her zither play many times before, but this is the first time I am feeling this way. Yes, I can feel a warm sensation all over my body just from listening to this music. I wouldn't mind spending all of my contribution points if I can listen to this a little bit longer. A little over an hour later, Yuan finished his seventh and final song. I am finished. Yuan turned to look at Fairy Fei and said to her afterward. However, there was no response from Fairy Fei, who was sitting beside him, with her eyes still closed, seemingly asleep. New novel chapters are published on LateNovelPub.com. Yuan didn't want to disturb her peaceful mood, so he stood up and quietly walked away. Are you really going to leave her like this? Chubo asked Yuan in a low and nervous voice when he noticed that Yuan was leaving. Yes, I have somewhere that I need to be, Yuan responded, and he said the food was really good. I'll definitely return when I have the time. Once Yuan left the Dragon Pavilion, Chubo remained standing in the same spot and patiently waited for Fairy Fei to open her eyes again. However, unbeknownst to Chubo, Fairy Fei was actually experiencing enlightenment at this very moment after listening to Yuan play the zither, hence why she remained still even many hours later. By the time Fairy Fei opened her eyes again, Yuan was already long gone. To think I'd experience enlightenment from that outer court disciple's performance. Just who is this young man? Fairy Fei wondered to herself after she emerged from her enlightenment, feeling as though her comprehension with the zither went up by a whole level. Where did that disciple go? Fairy Fei asked Chubo with a dumbfounded look on her face when she realized that Yuan had disappeared. That disciple has already left 6 hours ago, Chubo responded with a sweaty back. For more, visit LitRPG. What? He actually disappeared without a word, and you just let him leave? Fairy Fei slammed the table with her palms, causing it to tremble. I'm sorry, senior apprentice sister. I thought you wouldn't mind, and I didn't dare to make him stay for too long. Chubo quickly apologized. What was that disciple's name again? Fairy Fei then asked, with a frown on her face, Disciple Yuan. Disciple Yuan? Do you know anything about him, his background? Anything at all? Fairy Fei asked Chubo. No. Chubo quickly shook his head. I only know that this is his first time at the Dragon Pavilion and that he's a new disciple. First time at the Dragon Pavilion? So he listened to my songs for the first time today, and he somehow managed to play it so perfectly. Fairy Fei's jaw dropped to the floor when she realized the real situation. Disciple Yuan? Disciple Yuan? Just who are you?
Fairy Fay stared at the zither on the table that had a lonely aura to it, almost like the zither was also upset that Yuan had left it behind, chapter 144. I want to know more about him. I ended up staying at the Dragon Pavilion for longer than I'd intended. I hope I don't get scolded for suddenly disappearing after signing up for the challenge. Yuan mumbled to himself as he power-walked back to the carp leaping over the Dragon's Gate Tower after leaving the Dragon Pavilion, silently hoping that Min Li was still inside the tower. What the heck? When Yuan returned to the tower, he was shocked by the progress Min Li had made during the 3 hours that he'd disappeared, and to his surprise, Min Li was only on the 43rd floor. It took her over 3 hours to progress a little over 10 floors. Just long will this challenge take? Yuan cried inwardly. After standing around for a few more moments, Yuan approached one of the nearby disciples before asking him, "Excuse me, fellow disciple, how long does it usually take for one to come out of the tower?" The disciple looked at Yuan before speaking. "Well, it depends on how far they climb. Most people will come out after a couple of hours. However, because this is Fairy Min that we're talking about, it'll probably take a few more days before she comes out." A few days. Yuan's eyes widened with shock after hearing this, as he truly didn't expect it would take this long. The disciple nodded and said, "Some disciples even stay inside the tower for an entire week, as they spend all 15 minutes to rest on each floor after defeating it. If I knew it'd take this long, I would have stayed at the Dragon Pavilion to play the zither some more." Yuan sighed inwardly. "Oh well, guess I'll cultivate in the real world while I wait for Disciple Min to come out. Follow current novels on LateNovel.com." With that in mind, Yuan logged off the game and began cultivating in the real world. Meanwhile, news of Fairy Fay's breakthrough spread throughout the sect like wildfire, causing the Dragon Pavilion to have an influx of guests for the next few days, as everybody and their mother wanted to listen to Fairy Fay's zither play. However, to the disciples' disappointment, Fairy Fay stopped showing up at the Dragon Pavilion for an entire week after her breakthrough, even though she would normally show up twice a week. As for what Fairy Fay was doing during this time, she went around the sect looking for information about a new outer court disciple named Yuan. But alas, no matter how much she searched or how many sect elders she asked, none of them seemed to know a disciple named Yuan. How is it possible that nobody knows him? If he can dine at the Dragon Pavilion, surely he must be someone with important background. Furthermore, the disciple who served him said that he had a golden identification token. Fairy Fay sighed, feeling dejected that she could not learn anything about Yuan. "What's the matter, Disciple Fay?" A mature figure suddenly approached Fairy Fay from behind and asked her. Fairy Fay turned around to see Elder Shan standing behind her. "Disciple greets Master Shan," Fairy Fay greeted her. The source of this content is LitNovel.com. Elder Shan nodded and continued, "You seem to have a lot on your mind. Perhaps I can assist you." "Do you know of a disciple by the name of Yuan?" Fairy Fay asked her. "I have asked multiple sect elders already, but none of them seem to know this outer court disciple." "Yuan?" Elder Shan looked at Fairy Fay with wide eyes. "How did Yuan attract a core disciple's attention already? Can you tell me a little bit more? Why are you bothering yourself with an outer court disciple?" Elder Shan asked her a moment later, pretending as though she didn't know Yuan, and she was curious about her disciple's relationship with Yuan. Well, this happened at the Dragon Pavilion not long ago. Fairy Fay proceeded to recall what happened at the Dragon Pavilion to Elder Shan. She spoke of Yuan's characteristics, his seemingly unfathomable background, and his amazing zither skills that had helped her gain enlightenment. Elder Shan listened to Fairy Fay with a loose jaw, as she would have never imagined that such a thing could have happened between the two of them. Yuan is not only a cultivation expert, but also a genius with the zither, and to think Disciple Fay, a core disciple, would receive enlightenment from listening to his zither music. Just what kind of entity is he? Elder Shan wondered to herself. "What do you think, Master Shan? Do you know of this disciple?" Fairy Fay asked again afterward. A profound smile appeared on Elder Shan's face, and she spoke. "Who knows? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. If this outer court disciple is as amazing as you described him to be, you'll definitely meet him again in the future. Anyway, I'm currently very busy running errands for the sect master. I'll talk to you later, Disciple Fei." And, without giving Fairy Fei a chance to respond, Elder Shan disappeared from the place, dumbfounding Fairy Fei. So Master Shan knows this outer court disciple. But why isn't she telling me anything and purposefully hiding his identity? I want to know more about him. No, I need to know more. Fairy Fei mumbled to herself in a resolute voice, as she feared that she might not be able to sleep peacefully if her curiosity for Yuan's mysterious background is not settled. Meanwhile, after cultivating for 2 days straight in the real world, Yuan returned to the cultivation world to see where Min Li was at for the tower. 76 floors? Yuan mumbled after seeing a golden light coming from the 75th floor, indicating that Min Li had passed that floor. Look, Fairy Min did it. She actually managed to pass 75 floors in the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, and she's still only a spirit apprenticed. Ha ha ha! I'm so glad that I dropped everything I was doing to come here to witness this grand occasion. As expected of Fairy Min, her talent is simply otherworldly. She will definitely have a limitless future. The disciples there celebrated Min Li's achievements as though it was their own. Visit LitNovelPub.com for the best novel reading experience. Chapter 145, Challenging the Tower. Another hour after Min Li reached the 75th floor, a golden light emitted from the 77th floor, indicating that she had passed that floor as well. Wow! 77 floors on her first try, as expected of Fairy Min. She has taken first place in the rankings. Fairy Min is currently the highest climber out of all outer court disciples. I find it crazy how she decided to challenge the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower only 2 days after she'd become a disciple. Only someone from one of the 7 legacy families would dare to be so bold and confident in their abilities. However, little did these disciples know that the reason Min Li challenged the tower was not because of the tower itself, but because of a certain outer court disciple. Furthermore, this outer court disciple had left midway through her challenge to eat food and play the zither. If Min Li knew that Yuan had cared so little about her performance, it would definitely deal a lot of damage to her confidence and pride. About another half an hour later, the 78th floor glowed a bright light. However, it was not a golden color like everyone had expected, but a bright red color instead. Oh no, Fairy Min could not pass the 78th floor. All of the disciples there released a saddened noise after seeing this red light. Does this mean she's finally finished? Yuan thought to himself, updated from LitNovelPub.com. A few minutes later, the door to the tower opened, and Min Li slowly walked out with messy hair and shabby clothes, looking very similar to the disciple that had challenged the tower before her. When the disciples there saw her rough appearance, they immediately approached her with medicines and recovery pills in their hands. Congratulations on passing the 77th floor and reaching first place, Fairy Min. You are now guaranteed to become a core disciple once your cultivation base reaches the Spirit Warrior realm. You can have this high-quality recovery pill, Fairy Min. It'll instantly heal all of your injuries and restore your spiritual energy. Do you want some water, Fairy Min? I happen to have some right here. Give me a break. Min Li suddenly shouted, causing the disciples around her to scramble away after staring at her for a good 2 seconds. Once she finally had some room to breathe, Min Li retrieved a white pill from her spatial ring and tossed it into her mouth before she drank some water. A few moments later, the small injuries on her face and limbs began disappearing, and even her breathing gradually became calm again. After she'd made a complete recovery, Min Li searched the crowd for a certain individual. Once she saw Yuan's face, a prideful smile appeared on her face. The source of this content is LitNovelPub.com. Let's see if you can beat me and how long it'll take you, she said to herself inwardly. Seeing Min Li smiling at him, Yuan thought to himself, it should be my turn to challenge the tower now. Right, after all, I did register my name after Disciple Min. After pondering for a moment, he decided to enter the tower while everyone else was still focused on Min Li, sneaking into the tower without attracting anyone's attention, except Min Li, who had kept her gaze on him the entire time. Eh?
Did someone just enter the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower just now? Who was it? One of the disciples there suddenly said when he noticed the door close behind him. Who cares, honestly? I'd only come here for ferrymen and nobody else. He went inside. Min Li thought to herself after seeing Yuan enter the tower. How about a celebration at the Dragon Pavilion, ferrymen? It'll be my treat, of course. A few handsome-looking inner court disciples approached Min Li and offered her free food at the Dragon Pavilion, yet Min Li didn't even bother to glance at them and said, "No, thank you. I am busy right now." Busy, you say? Follow current novels on Light Novel Pub. See. The inner court disciples were dumbfounded by her response. Other than standing there and staring at the tower, she didn't look busy at all. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Yuan had just arrived on the first floor that was more spacious than it appeared from the outside, resembling an empty dojo. Welcome to Carp Leaping Over Dragon's Gate Tower. A notification appeared before Yuan a few moments after he entered the tower. Initializing character evaluation completed. The tower's difficulty has been adjusted to Dragon. Dragon, Yuan raised his eyebrows when he saw the difficulty. He wondered how difficult Dragon was, how many difficulties existed in this challenge, and what difficulty Min Li had to deal with. A few moments later, a list of rules appeared before Yuan. Visit Light Novel Pub. Com for the best novel reading experience. Dragon difficulty. Challenger has 10 minutes to pass each floor, or the challenger will automatically fail. Challenger is limited to 15 minutes of rest for every 10 floors. Magical beasts will start from first level Spirit Warrior. Magical beasts are extra study. Magical beasts are extra powerful. Magical beasts will have significantly increased strength, speed, and defense. A powerful magical beast will appear every 10 floors. All medicine, pills, and resources that affect the challenger's body or cultivation will be restricted. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub. A few moments later, Yuan could feel his suppressed aura returning to normal, most likely because the tower had sealed the Pill of Concealment. Not that it affected Yuan in any way because his cultivation didn't change. Trial will begin in 30 seconds. In those 30 seconds, Yuan prepared himself by retrieving both of his soul weapons, wielding the Empyrean Overlord with his hands, and controlling the Starry Abyss with the Flying Dagger technique, allowing him to use both soul weapons simultaneously. Once the 30 seconds were up, an ape-like magical beast suddenly appeared in the middle of and roared, emitting an aura that was equivalent to a cultivator at the first-level Spirit Warrior realm. However, Yuan didn't even blink from the pressure it emitted and immediately controlled his Starry Abyss to strike the magical beast like it was a training puppet. Whoosh! Boom! A gaping space appeared in the magical beast's head as the Starry Abyss ripped a clean hole in its face with ease, clearly the first floor in less than 3 seconds. Chapter 146, 20th floor. You have passed the first floor. Please ascend to the next floor within 10 seconds or you will automatically fail the trial. What? That was easy. Yuan mumbled to himself in a surprised tone when he defeated the monster with such ease. Well, this is the first floor, after all. A few seconds later, Yuan ascended to the next floor by walking up the staircase not far away from him. However, he didn't immediately reach the second floor and entered the resting area that was between the first and second floor instead. You have entered the resting area. The timer will begin when you begin to cultivate. Yuan ignored the resting area and proceeded to the second floor. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the disciples there were dumbfounded when the first floor glowed a golden light so quickly. What? Whoever is inside has already passed the first floor? But that's too quickly even for the first floor. Not even ferrymen cleared it that fast. The disciples outside were dumbfounded by what they had witnessed. Maybe that disciple had used his most powerful technique from the start. That would explain it. What a waste of energy. Ha ha ha. What an idiot. Who uses their strongest attack on the first floor? However, not even a minute later, the second floor glowed a golden light. What? He'd passed another floor so quickly already. Is he trying to exhaust all of his spiritual energy before he reaches the 10th floor? Half a minute later, another one. He's on the 3rd floor already. Another half a minute later, again, this disciple clearly doesn't understand how the tower works. The disciples were slightly shocked, as they cannot imagine what must be going through the mind of the disciple challenging the tower right now. The source of this content is LitNovel Pub. 3 more minutes later, the 9th floor glowed a golden light. Heavens, this disciple, he's not even taking any breaks in between each floor. Ha 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 ha, I'll give him 20 floors maximum before he gets kicked out of the tower for exhausting his energy. 20? You're being too generous. I bet that idiot won't even make it past the 10th floor. Ha ha ha! While the disciples laughed merrily outside the tower, inside the tower, Yuan had just stepped onto the 10th floor. You have 10 minutes to defeat the magical beasts. Once the magical beasts appeared, 2 of them for the first time, the timer began. 9:59, updated from novelfall.com, 9:58, 9:57, 9:56. 2 monsters, huh? They're still only at the 2nd level spirit warrior realm, though. Yuan then controlled the starry abyss to kill one of the magical beasts while he pounced at the 2nd magical beast with the Empyrean Overlord raised. Bloody sword strike. The large sword glowed a red color, and whoosh! The entire floor shook when Yuan sliced the magical beast in half like a sharp knife cutting through tofu before hitting the floor. However, there was surprisingly no damage done to the floor despite being struck by Yuan, which is one of the reasons why Yuan hasn't been minding his own strength too much. The most up-to-date novels are published on LitNovelPub.com. After passing the 10th floor, Yuan continued to the 11th floor. Congratulations on reaching 10 floors. The difficulty has been adjusted. Magical beasts will now have weak regeneration. Magical beasts will have their power, speed, and defenses increased slightly. The trail for the 11th floor will begin in 10 seconds. A massive green mantis appeared in the center of the room 10 seconds later and stared at Yuan with an intimidating gaze while emitting an aura close to the 4th level of the spirit warrior realm. From the 2nd level to the 4th level. I might have to fight spirit masters later at the higher floors. Yuan swallowed nervously before controlling the starry abyss to attack the green mantis. Whoosh, however, to his surprise, the green mantis was defeated as easily as the monsters from the previous floors. The source of this content is LitNovelPub. Maybe it's not as difficult as it appears, Yuan thought to himself as he continued to ascend the tower with relative ease, and he proceeded to slay the magical beasts on each floor with the same speed as he did from floors 1 to 10. When the disciples saw how quickly Yuan ascended from the 11th floor to the 20th floor, they were all gobsmacked. Good Lord, where is this disciple getting his energy from? He rushed from the 1st floor to the 20th floor in less than 10 minutes. That's freaking ridiculous. Disciple Yuan Min Li stared at the tower that was 1/5 lit up with golden lights with a nervous frown on her face. 20 floors in 10 minutes? Are you really that confident in your own abilities, or are you simply being reckless? She wondered to herself. Meanwhile, on the 20th floor, Yuan did not immediately attack the magical beasts that had just spawned, and merely looked at them with a surprised look on his face, as he'd seen these monsters before. Demonic spiders, 2 of them at the 5th level spirit warrior realm. Seeing these 2 demonic spiders, Yuan immediately recalled what happened not long ago at the demonic spider silent cave and sighed. If only I was able to save that man's daughter. A few seconds later, Yuan rushed at the demonic spiders without using the starry abyss or the flying daggers technique, as he had a personal grudge with demonic spiders and he wanted to vent a little. Boom! The entire floor shook violently as Yuan tore apart one of the demonic spiders with ease. After killing the first demonic spider, Yuan turned to look at the second with a calm but slightly cold look on his face. To think I was somewhat fearful of you not too long ago, Yuan mumbled in a low voice as he casually approached the demonic spider that could not speak like the one he'd encountered outside. The demonic spider quickly raised its front legs that resembled scythes and slashed them at Yuan's face. Whoosh! Yuan used the Phoenix movement technique to dodge the incoming attacks with ease before appearing behind the demonic spider. Die! This content is taken from light novel PubCom Boom. The floor shook once again as Yuan slashed the demonic spider with the Empyrean Overlord vertically, slicing it cleanly in half. You have passed the 20th floor, Chapter 147. This place is now off-limits. After reaching the 21st floor, the difficulty adjusted once again. Congratulations on reaching a total of 20 floors. The difficulty has been adjusted. Magical beasts will now have weak physical damage resistance. Magical beasts will have their power, speed, and defenses increased slightly. When Yuan saw the notification this time, he didn't react much and patiently waited for the magical beasts to spawn. 10 seconds later, a magical beast with an aura at the 6th level Spirit Warrior realm spawned in the middle of the room, and Yuan immediately slew it with the Starry Abyss like usual. Half a minute later, he cleared the 22nd floor. Another half a minute later, the 23rd floor glowed with a golden light. 24, 25, 26. Yuan arrived at the 30th floor 5 minutes later, and then defeated the 2 7th-level Spirit Warrior magical beasts there within a single minute, ascending to the 31st floor. Updated from Light Novel Pub.com. Congratulations on reaching a total of 30 floors. The difficulty has been adjusted. Magical beasts will have their power, speed, and defenses increased slightly. However, despite the difficulty adjustments, Yuan didn't feel its effect, almost like there were no changes at all, and he continued to ascend the tower at record-breaking speeds. After spending a total of 30 minutes inside the tower, Yuan has managed to reach the 51st floor after defeating the magical beasts on the 50th floor that were at the 9th level of the Spirit Warrior realm, climbing half of the tower. Congratulations on reaching a total of 50 floors. The difficulty has been adjusted. Magical beasts will now have moderate regeneration. Magical beasts will now have moderate physical damage resistance. Magical beasts will now have moderate spiritual damage resistance. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub. Com. Magical beasts will have their power, speed, and defenses increased moderately. Yuan expected the monsters on the 51st floor and onward to be at the Spirit Master realm, but to his surprise the monsters remained at the peak of the Spirit realm even after the 60th floor. Maybe the tower is only limited to monsters below the Spirit Warrior level? That would make sense, since most disciples are only spirit apprentices, and it would be ridiculous if the tower makes these spirit apprentices fight spirit masters. Thus, Yuan continued speeding through the rest of the tower with barely any breaks in between the floors, and he only began taking breaks before the boss room after reaching the 70th floor, mainly because the trial was so easy that he'd gotten bored of it. Meanwhile, outside the tower, hundreds of disciples stared at the carp leaping over Dragon's Gates tower that had 75 floors glowing with a golden color with gawking expressions on their faces, as they have never witnessed such an incredible sight before. Furthermore, none of the disciples there have spoken a single word after Yuan passed the 50th floor, and they only stared in silence as they witnessed an unprecedented event. This disciple Yuan, damn it. Why are you so damn talented? This isn't fair, Min Li cried inwardly when Yuan passed her record and ascended to the 78th floor. Yuan's performance at the carp leaping over Dragon's Gates tower was so shocking that it reached the ears of most disciples in the sect, and even many sect elders, causing more people to show up at the tower to witness the spectacle. What? Some unknown disciple managed to ascend over 70 floors in less than an hour? How is that fucking possible? One of the sect elders directly cursed when he heard this news. Another sect elder directly spat the tea in his mouth back out when he learned about the situation. Fuck. Did a core disciple sneak inside the carp leaping over Dragon's Gates in the outer court or something? I don't believe that an outer court disciple will be able to achieve such feats. The news had spread so fast that it reached even the ears of Long Yijun and the other high-ranking sect elders. What? Who could possibly? When Long Yijun wondered which disciple was responsible for this commotion, the image of Yuan's face immediately appeared in his head, causing him to facepalm loudly. Pa. It's definitely Disciple Yuan. I cannot imagine anyone else doing anything close to this. Long Yijun thought to himself, and he decided to personally head to the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate's tower. This is definitely Disciple Yuan's doing. Elder Xuan sighed when he heard the news from Bai Ling. What should we do? Bai Ling asked. Visit ligtnovelpub.com for a better experience. Fortunately for us, nobody seems to know who is challenging the tower, so we can still avoid Disciple Yuan's identity and talent from being leaked before the Mystic Realm. However, we won't be able to hide the fact that a disciple with monstrous talents has appeared in our sect, so we need to prepare for that, Elder Xuan said. And he continued, I'm sure the sect master is already heading to the tower as we speak, but I'll also go just in case. I'll come along too, said Bai Ling. Thus, Long Yijun and many high-ranking sect elders appeared at the tower sometime later, and by the time they arrived at the tower, there were less than 10 floors left in the tower, leaving them speechless. Heavens, don't tell me he's going to set another precedent by becoming the first person to defeat all 100 floors in the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate's tower. Even the founder only managed to pass 99 floors, Long Yijun cried inwardly as a golden light emitted from the 94th floor. Once Yuan stepped onto the 95th floor, Long Yijun and the other high-ranking sect elders began dispersing the crowd at the place, as they didn't want Yuan's identity to leak so quickly. This place is now off limits. You all have 30 seconds to disappear from my sight, or I will punish you for disobeying the sect master's direct orders. Long Yijun's voice boomed in the area, startling the disciples there. You heard the sect master, everyone. Scram. Bai Ling also shouted at them. Very quickly, the disciples there began scattering like a group of scared ants, disappearing from the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate's tower and emptying out the area in the time it would take Yuan to finish many floors, less than a minute, updated from Light Novel UBO Chapter 148, the 100th floor. Once all of the disciples left the scene with the sect elders remaining. Long Yijun turned to look at the low-ranking sect elders and shouted, This includes the sect elders! Or are you trying to tell me that you're not disciples? The sect elders there immediately began sweating and ran away in a hurry, silently wondering to themselves why they couldn't be there as well. What the heck? We're sect elders, right? Why can't we be there as well? One of them asked, after they were all very far away from the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower. Why are you asking us? Do we look like the sect master to you? Another one said. Ha! I wanted to know who was inside that tower, though. What about the record book? Surely we can find out if we look at whoever signed up for the tower, right? You're right, there's the record book. Who is in charge of that this week? That would be Elder Bao, right? But I don't see him here. Meanwhile, the disciples were also complaining to each other. Why were we chased away? What's wrong with seeing the person inside the tower? Who knows? Maybe you should ask the sect master afterward? Do you think I have a fucking death wish? We'll eventually find out. There's no way someone so talented can be kept hidden for long back at the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower. Long Yijun and the other high-ranking sect elders there all stared at a middle-aged man who was soaking in cold sweats at this moment. Let me see the record book. Long Yijun extended his hand to the sect elder who managed the records. Here you go, sect master. Elder Bao handed the book to Long Yijun with trembling hands, and he recalled how he'd disrespected the young outer court disciple who signed up after Min Li. Fuck, I am so fucking dead. If they learn that I've offended the person inside the tower right now, they will eat me alive. Elder Bao cried inwardly, feeling like he'd fall unconscious from fear at any moment. A few moments later, Long Yijun mumbled, I knew it. It's Disciple Yuan that's inside right now. Did you even need to look at the book, Sect Master? I'm pretty sure we already knew, Elder Shen said with a smile on her face, and she turned to look at the tower and continued to speak. Do you think he'll achieve 100 floors? We already know that he's more talented than the founder, so that's very likely, said Elder Xuan. Anyway, you are Sect Elder Bao, right? Bai Ling approached him and asked. That's right. Elder Bao quickly nodded. Bai Ling then placed his large hands onto Elder Bao's shoulders firmly before speaking in a serious and deep voice. I want you to listen to me very carefully, Elder Bao. The disciple who entered this tower, disciple Yuan, you will not reveal any information about him no matter what. In fact, you can forget about what happened here today. Do you understand me?" Elder Bao immediately nodded his head, shaking his sweat all over the place. However, Elder Shan approached them and said, "I don't think he understands, Elder Bai. We need to ensure that he doesn't forget it by next week." Elder Bao looked at Elder Shan's beautiful face with wide eyes filled with shock and fear. "What is she going to do with him?" "You don't have to bully him, Elder Shan. I'm sure we can trust Elder Bao to keep something this small as a secret. After all, he wouldn't be a sect elder if he couldn't." Jinming shook his head and said to her, subtly threatening Elder Bao's position as sect elder, "I won't say anything, I swear, seniors. I didn't see or hear anything today. In fact, I wasn't even here today. Disciple who? I don't even know what you're talking about." Elder Bao quickly exclaimed, feeling as though there were knives around his neck at this moment, and a single wrong word might get him killed. "See? Elder Bao understands." Jinming laughed out loud afterward. Whatever. Elder Shan no longer cared about Elder Bao and turned around to continue watching the tower. "You may leave now, Elder Bao," Long Yijun said to him, who immediately scrambled away in a heartbeat, like a rabbit running away from a group of tigers and lions. "So this is the disciple Yuan that I have been hearing so much about from you guys. I thought you were all exaggerating, but alas, it seems like I am still a frog in a well." One of the high-ranking sect elders there suddenly spoke, as he wasn't there when Yuan introduced himself. "Welcome to Disciple Yuan's talent show, Elder Zhou. Just wait until he clears the 100th floor. That's when the real show begins." Elder Shan chuckled in a cute manner. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Yuan has just reached the 99th floor. "Congratulations on reaching the 99th floor. The difficulty has been adjusted. Magical beasts will now have superior regeneration. Magical beasts will now have superior physical damage resistance. Visit LitNovelpUb.com for the best novel reading experience. Magical beasts will now have superior spiritual damage resistance. Magical beasts will now have powerful intimidation aura. Magical beasts will now have powerful damage mitigation. Magical beasts will have their power, speed, and defenses increased significantly. The number of magical beasts in the room has increased to 99. 99 monsters this time, huh?" Yuan smiled bitterly when the number of monsters doubled compared to the previous floor, and they were all at the peak of the spirit warrior realm. Yuan raised the Empyrean Overlord and charged at the group of magical beasts with a calm expression on his face, and the starry abyss followed him from behind for a second before it shot itself forward and began slaying the magical beasts with ease. A couple of minutes later, all 99 magical beasts were slain by Yuan. "You have passed floor 99? Proceed to the final floor and prepare to challenge the Great One." This content is taken from LitNovelpU.com. Yuan's eyebrows raised in a surprised manner when he saw this notification. "The Great One? I'll have to fight that dragon. Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to defeat a dragon that's countless times larger than myself, and can even destroy stars with a mere gaze?" Yuan cried out loud. Chapter 149, The Great One's Challenge. "Look, Disciple Yuan has passed the 99th stage. He's going to challenge the final floor now." Bai Ling pointed at the tower and shouted in excitement, despite the other people there already realizing this, because they have been watching the tower this entire time. "What kind of challenge do you think exists on the final floor?" Elder Shan asked out loud. "Who knows? I have only reached the 83rd floor myself." Jinming shrugged. "The sect master also only reached the 92nd floor. Besides the founder, who stepped onto the 100th stage, I don't think anyone else knows what exists on the 100th floor. And the founder didn't leave behind any notes about his experience in the tower except a single world. Terrifying," said Long Yijun with a serious look on his face. "Terrifying, huh? If even the founder, who is known for being fearless, finds the 100th floor terrifying, just what could possibly exist on the 100th floor? I cannot wait until Disciple Yuan comes back outside.
Elder Shan sighed. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Yuan rested for 15 minutes in the resting area before walking up the stairs and entering the 100th floor. And, to his surprise, when Yuan stepped onto the 100th floor, he was greeted by a clear blue sky and a seemingly endless arena that stretched to the horizon, almost like he'd been teleported from inside the tower to another world that was made of a single stage. Yuan looked down, and sure enough, the staircase he'd just walked on had suddenly disappeared. You have entered the 100th floor. Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. A powerful presence emerges from the void. Whoosh! A massive black portal suddenly appeared a few miles away from Yuan, and a long figure emerged from the portal a few moments later. This long and golden figure looked exactly like the Great One from the Tablet of Comprehension, but it paled in comparison in size and was no longer as enormous as the previous version that could block even entire stars with its mere body. However, that is not to say the dragon wasn't huge, as it was taller than even the highest buildings in Yuan's world with the thickness of multiple trains combined together. Congratulations on reaching the 100th floor, human. You are the second person to have reached this far, and it has been over 100,000 years since the last visitor stepped onto this floor. The Great One glared at Yuan with its large golden eyes and spoke to him as though it was their first meeting. You don't remember me? Yuan couldn't help but ask the dragon, remember you? Why would I remember someone I have never met before? The dragon was puzzled by Yuan's words. After all, even if it has been 100,000 years, it wouldn't forget someone when it has only met one other person beside him. So you're not the same Great One as the one from the Tablet of Comprehension? Yuan continued to ask, due to his curiosity. The Tablet of Comprehension? Let me take a look at your body. Visit lightnovelpub.com for a better experience. The Great One suddenly flashed its eyes, and a golden light entered Yuan's body. You already have my seal of approval? The Great One mumbled in a speechless voice, as it had planned on giving Yuan the seal of approval if he'd passed the trial by beating the 100th floor. But now that Yuan already has the seal of approval, it has made this entire trial pointless. Yes, the other Great One gave it to me after I'd won a bet, Yuan said to the Great One. The Great One turned silent for a few moments before speaking. Since you've already received the approval from the other me, I don't see a point in continuing this trial. Eh? But why? I came all the way up here, too, Yuan exclaimed in a dumbfounded voice. Did he really just climb 100 floors for nothing? The Great One then continued. I have taken a good look at your body just now, and as much as I hate to admit it, despite being a first-level spirit master, I do not believe I have the capability to defeat you, who has 2 soul weapons and phoenix blood mixed in your blood, not to mention the 2 powerful presence I can feel hidden somewhere within your body. Although I am the same Great One as the one you met in the Tablet of Comprehension, I am merely an illusion who has had its real powers limited to the level where it would make defeating this tower near impossible, but also not truly impossible at the same time. Even if you say that, what are you going to do now if you're not going to fight me? Yuan asked. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. The Great One began pondering again. After all, it cannot just let Yuan pass without giving him a trial. A few moments later, the Great One spoke again. How about this? In order to pass this floor, I will have you fight against 100,000 magical beasts at the peak of the Spirit Warrior realm. 100,000 magical beasts. Yuan's mouth dropped to the ground, as that amount was 1,000 more than what he'd had to fight on the 99th floor. While I can handle 100 magical beasts with ease, I definitely won't have the energy to defeat 100,000 magical beasts at once. This is definitely an impossible task. Don't worry, I will make sure you have an ample amount of time to complete this challenge, as this is more of a test of endurance than your strength and talents, and you have already proved yourself in the other aspects. I shall bend the rules of this tower and give you unlimited time for this challenge because of the unexpected situation. Furthermore, I shall give you the ability to temporarily pause the challenge at will, so that you can rest whenever you are exhausted or need a break. However, you are only allowed a total of 24 hours of rest time. Once you use up all 24 hours, you'll have to fight until you either defeat all 100,000 magical beasts, or until you cannot go on and fail the challenge. Chapter 150 100,000 Magical Beasts. Yuan pondered with a frown on his face. Since he can pause the challenge whenever he wants, it wouldn't affect his time in the real world, unlike the Tablet of Comprehension. However, it will still take a very long time for him to kill 100,000 magical beasts, perhaps even days. What do I get for completing this challenge? Since you changed the original trial, I should get something in return, right? Yuan asked the Great One. If you manage to pass this trial of mine, I shall grant you the key to the treasure room in the Dragon Temple. Since you have the seal of approval, I'm sure you intend on going to the Dragon Temple anyway in the future to try and obtain my legacy. Inside the treasure room, you'll find a few things that I'd left behind before I ascended from this world and traveled to the upper heavens. And while there may not be much inside, each treasure will surely assist you in your cultivation path immensely. A dragon's treasures, huh? Yuan nodded, as he cannot help but be curious about what a dragon would consider as treasures. Then I shall begin whenever you are ready. Yuan took a few deep breaths before speaking in a resolute voice. I am ready very well. The Great One's challenge will begin shortly. 010, 09, 08, 007. Yuan swallowed nervously as the seconds counted down. Once the timer reached 0, Yuan suddenly felt the ground shaking a little bit. Huh? Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he saw a black line suddenly appearing at the horizon, and this black line gradually grew larger and larger, and the earth shook harder and harder in response. Very quickly, the black line transformed into a black sea, and Yuan could see a wave of magical beasts charging towards him like an army of ants at war. Holy, this is much scarier than I'd thought, Yuan cried inwardly, and his entire body trembled while all of his hair stood up like a porcupine when it's threatened. This is too much. They will definitely flatten me before I can even do anything. Don't worry, young master. As long as you use the movement technique, it won't matter how many enemies there are. You'll be able to avoid them all flawlessly. Feng Yixiao's voice resounded in Yuan's head. Oh, right. I nearly forgot about that, Yuan thought to himself. Xiaohua's voice resounded next. Brother, Yuan, don't forget about the heavenly domain. You can use it to suppress the magical beasts' movements, which will make it easier for you to dodge their attacks and slay them. Yuan nodded, and he was no longer fearful of the sea of magical beasts swarming towards him. This kid, I can see why the other me gave him the seal of approval. You don't see this type of talent often even in the upper heavens, the Great One thought to itself as it watched Yuan adjust to the atmosphere and emit a powerful aura that was not befitting of someone at the spirit warrior realm, as his aura was stronger than even most cultivators who'd just reached Spirit Master. Brother Yuan, you can also use Heaven-Splitting Sword Strike. Although it'll consume a lot of your spiritual energy, it'll be worth it since there are so many magical beasts bundled up together. Thank you for the advice, Xiaohua. Yuan suddenly straightened his back and held the Empyrean Overlord like a knight before raising it high into the sky. After charging the Empyrean Overlord with a portion of his spiritual energy, the Empyrean Overlord began emitting a bright golden light that was almost too blinding to look at. What kind of technique is that, this aura? Could it be a divine rank martial technique? The Great One was surprised to see someone as young as Yuan learn a divine-ranked technique, and even reached such mastery with it. The source of this content is Lighten o Vel Pu Buck Palm of course. If the Great One had known about what happened at the Tablet of Comprehension, it wouldn't care about a measly divine-ranked technique. Heaven-Splitting Sword Strike. Yuan swung the Empyrean Overlord horizontally, sending a massive beam of light towards the army of magical beasts. Boom! The entire world shook as the heaven-splitting sword strike disintegrated thousands of magical beasts in a single strike. You have slain 4,420 magical beasts, 95,580 remaining. Heavens! the Great One exclaimed in a shocked voice when it saw the raw destructive power of the Yuan's divine rank technique. Is that really a divine rank technique? To display such powers when he's only a spirit warrior, this must be one of the strongest divine rank techniques out there. However, despite killing over 4,000 magical beasts in a single strike, the Black Sea did not seem to have diminished even slightly, and they continued to charge at Yuan. Visit lightenofELPUB.com for a better experience. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan decided to use the technique again to lower the numbers again. You have slain 5,110 magical beast, 90,470 remaining, and again, heaven-splitting sword strike. You have slain 4,975 magical beast, 85,495 remaining. Yuan continued to use heaven-splitting sword strike until a dozen times later, when his spiritual energy lowered by half. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. 49,321 remaining. In just a few minutes, Yuan had managed to cut the number of monsters he needed to hunt in the trial by half. This human is a monster. Why does he have so much spiritual energy? If it were any ordinary spirit warrior at his level, they would only be able to use such a powerful skill once or twice, yet this human managed to release over a dozen of them. It seems like I have underestimated him still. If I'd known about his power, I would have made him kill 1,000,000 magical beasts instead of 100,000, which is looking incredibly easy for him right now. The Great One cried inwardly, but alas, even it could not stop the trial once it began. Chapter 151, Unique Ability. After slaying over 50,000 magical beasts with the Empyrean Overlord, Yuan received an unexpected notification. Congratulations! Your soul weapon, Empyrean Overlord, has absorbed enough life force and leveled up. Your Empyrean Overlord has unlocked a new unique ability. Empyrean Overlord, Level 1, Rank, Soul Weapon. Growth rate, very slow. Requirement, Unique Ability. Amplify the power of all sword techniques by 100% when wielding this sword. 100%. Does this mean all of my techniques will double in power? That's overpowered as heck, Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice, but he didn't have the time to think about it too much as the magical beasts continued to approach him. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. Once the magical beasts were close enough, Yuan activated Heavenly Domain, creating a golden circle around him that extended for a dozen meters, slowing and suppressing everything within the circle to a certain extent. Another divine rank technique? And it's even a restriction technique. The Great One was dumbfounded once again after seeing Yuan use a second divine rank technique. I have looked at his bones, and he should be no older than 18 years old. Yet he's already learned 2 divine rank techniques and can use them with such proficiency. This human's comprehension ability is shockingly high. The Great One thought to itself, unaware that Yuan had also learned its dragon's gaze from the Tablet of Comprehension. Meanwhile, Yuan used the Flying Daggers technique with the Starry Abyss to slay the magical beasts that ignorantly entered the heavenly domain, only to have their movement speed significantly decreased, even feeling as though they were suddenly carrying a large boulder behind their back. Sha! Whoosh! The magical beasts dropped like flies as the Starry Abyss flew around in a circle, instantly killing the magical beasts. And because the Flying Daggers is only a mortal rank technique, it required very little spiritual energy to maintain, allowing Yuan to use it effortlessly and continuously. As expected of a soul weapon, it can rip apart magical beasts with ease despite using only a mortal rank technique, and by the looks of it, that soul weapon is still in its infancy period. I can only imagine how powerful it'll become once it grows up alongside a monster like this human, the Great One said inwardly. Whoosh! The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. Yuan swung the enormous sword in his grasp effortlessly at the magical beasts that the Starry Abyss could not reach in time, cutting down even magical beasts twice his size with a single swing. Blood, sword, strike. The Empyrean Overlord emitted a powerful aura that did not exist before. Boom! You have slain 23 magical beasts, 48,124 remaining. However, despite the heavenly domain slowing down the monsters and Yuan killing the monsters at a rapid rate, there were simply too many magical beasts, and Yuan was surrounded by them a little later. Though it was not as though Yuan was in any danger, as the magical beasts were still restricted by the heavenly domain. So even if they wanted to attack Yuan, they would be too slow for him, who had a divine rank movement technique, allowing him to dodge the magical beasts despite being attacked by many of them at once. When the Great One saw this, its eyes widened again, and it mumbled to itself, "That movement technique, why does he know a movement technique meant for phoenixes? Does it have anything to do with the phoenix blood that's in his body? This human is full of surprises and mysteries. I'm sure the real me in the upper heavens would love to meet someone like him." For more, visit Lightnov Elpu Baycom 2 hours of non-stop action later. Yuan shouted, "Great One, how do I pause this trial? I need a break." "Just say, pause trial," the Great One responded. Yuan then shouted, "Pause trial." The moment Yuan spoke these 2 words, almost as though time itself had stopped, all of the magical beast's movements came to a sudden halt, looking like they'd frozen in time. 23, 59, 57, don't forget, you only have 24 hours to rest. The Great One said to him afterward. Yuan immediately sat down to cultivate and recover his exhausted spiritual energy. Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Whoosh! A few seconds after Yuan sat down and closed his eyes, the spiritual energy in the area could be seen rushing towards Yuan at a rapid speed, almost like he was a black hole sucking all of the spiritual energy around him. The Great One was speechless after seeing this, and it mumbled, "A pure body that doesn't contain any impurities. Did he also consume the translucent dew of flawlessness? What is someone like him doing in the lower heavens? One would have trouble finding the things he'd somehow managed to obtain even in the upper heavens." After resting for a few hours until half of his spiritual energy returned, Yuan stood up and asked the Great One, "How do I resume the trial?" "Just say, 'Resume trial'." Yuan nodded and prepared himself mentally before saying the word. "Trial will resume in 3 seconds. 2. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. 1. The moment the trial resumed, almost as though time began flowing again, the magical beasts began moving and continued to attack Yuan. After fighting the monsters again for a few hours, Yuan paused the trial again to rest, and he repeated this process until it was time for him to log off for dinner. Pause trial. Yuan then stood up and said to the Great One, "I'll be back after dinner." When Yuan logged off and disappeared before its eyes, the Great One raised its eyebrows in a puzzled manner. However, it didn't say anything and merely closed its eyes and patiently waited for Yuan to return. Once he'd returned to the real world and Yu-Ru began her routine, Yuan recalled his experience for the day to Yu-Ru while she cleaned his body and fed him soup. He spoke about playing the zither at the Dragon Pavilion, climbing the carp, leaping over Dragon's Gate, and needing to defeat 100,000 monsters to pass the final trial. Chapter 152, Perfect Concealment. "The zither, huh?" Yu-Ru mumbled after hearing about this instrument from Yuan, and she said a moment later, "People used to play those instruments in the ancient times, if I remember correctly, but it's rarely played today."
What?
"Why did people stop playing them?" "It's such a wonderful instrument that can invoke one's inner feelings with a single note," Yuan asked in a surprised voice as he couldn't understand why people suddenly stopped playing the zither. "I'm not too sure either, but I can look it up online if you want," Yu-Ru said to him. "Okay, give me a moment." Yu-Ru pulled out her smartphone and did a quick search on the web. "Zithers, eh?" Yu-Ru released a surprised voice. "What is it?" Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked her with his interest piqued. "Well, it says that the reason people stopped playing the zither was due to some curse. It doesn't make any sense," Yu-Ru said. "Curse? The source of this content is lightnovelpub.com. Yes, they say those who play the zither are cursed with a fate worse than death," Yu-Ru said. "What the heck? Do people actually believe in that crap? I can't believe it. To think they'd abandon such a wonderful instrument because of a mere curse."
If I'd known about this instrument before, I would definitely have made it my main instrument. Yuan sighed loudly. Well, at least you get to play the instrument in the game, right? Yuru said to him. I guess, but after learning about the zither, I cannot help but wonder what other instruments I can play in the game. While I am no longer a musician, playing the zither had flared some sort of flame in my body, I think. Really? Now I have another thing to look forward to inside the game. Seeing you play the instruments again? Maybe you can even become a famous musician in the game, Yuru said. Famous musician? Huh? I think I've had enough of that life, Yuan said with a bittersweet smile on his face. Oh, right. Yuru realized that she'd opened an old wound for Yuan and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, brother, I got too excited again. Don't worry about it, although I don't plan on becoming famous. I do want to play the instruments at times. But you're already famous, brother. You're player, Yuan, the #1 player in the world right now, Yuru said. Me? The #1 player? On what basis? Yuan asked, since he cannot imagine how he'd be the #1 player in the world when he hasn't really been doing much besides enjoy the game at his own leisure. On what basis, you say? By your progress, of course. Most players in the world are still learning mortal rank techniques, yet you've already learned your first ancient rank technique, and even a couple of divine rank techniques. Your cultivation base is also vastly superior compared to the other players. I see, but I don't really care if I'm the #1 player or not. I just want to enjoy the game, Yuan said. I know you wouldn't care about something like this, but the other players care, especially the Legacy family. That's why they're all looking for you, said Yuro. What will they do even if they find me? Yuan asked. They'll probably ask you to join their family and share your secrets with them so that they can also progress as fast as you in the game. Secrets? There are no secrets, though. I just play the game normally. Yuan sighed. Nobody would believe that, brother. I also wouldn't have believed it if I didn't know you. What a pain in the ass. I hope they'll never find me so that I can continue playing the game peacefully, Yuan said a moment later. Follow current novels on Light and Ovalpub. Siam. I also hope the same, brother. By the way, Yuro, I left you at Phoenix City, right? Will you be okay by yourself? I will be fine. Not only do I still have the 100,000 gold that was given to me by Xiaohua, but I also have a friend from school who's also in Phoenix City, and I'd promised to play with her this weekend. A friend, huh? That's nice, Yuan said. I'll introduce her to you one day in the future, brother. She's a really sweet and elegant girl. Okay, sometime later, Yuru asked him, You're going to play tonight, right? After all, you still have that trial? Yes, I only have 24 hours of pause time. If I sleep now, I will probably fail the challenge. Okay, I'll leave you alone then. Good luck, brother. Once Yuru left the room, Yuan returned to Cultivation Online and took a few minutes to prepare himself before he began slaying the monsters on the 100th floor until the morning came, and he had to pause the trial again for breakfast. Meanwhile, waiting outside the tower, Long Yijin and the other sect elders were puzzled, even slightly nervous. What's happening in the tower right now? It's been over a day since he'd entered the 100th floor. Yet he's still not done. Elder Shan spoke out loud. Who knows what he's doing inside, but I have never seen anyone remain on a single floor for so long before, Long Yijin said. And he continued, anyway, there's nothing we can do right now but until the 100th floor flashes either a red or golden light. Thus, they continued to wait for Yuan's result inside the tower. Yuan continued to slay monsters for a few hours before pausing the trial and resting until half of his spiritual energy was restored so that he could continue fighting. On the third day, a notification appeared before Yuan after he slew his 90,000th magical beasts. Congratulations. Your soul weapon, Starry Abyss, has absorbed enough life force and leveled up. Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. The Starry Abyss has unlocked a new unique ability, Perfect Concealment. Use spiritual energy to turn the weapon invisible and conceal its presence flawlessly at will. Chapter 153. Clearing all 100 floors. Perfect concealment, huh? Let's try it, Yuan then activated. Perfect concealment for the Starry Abyss, and just like the unique ability's description, The starry abyss suddenly became invisible with its presence and aura completely concealed. However, in Yuan's eyes, the starry abyss was not completely invisible, as he could still sense his own spiritual energy around the starry abyss. With that being said, for the magical beasts and even the Great One, it felt like the starry abyss had suddenly disappeared from this world, almost like it ceased to exist. I can no longer feel the presence of the second soul weapon. It must have the ability to conceal itself. This is an extremely powerful ability even for a soul weapon. The Great One narrowed its eyes on Yuan. But alas, it could not sense the starry abyss, no matter how much it tried. He can now kill even spirit masters without alerting them. What a terrifyingly powerful soul weapon! Where on earth did he obtain it? If the Great One knew that such a powerful soul weapon had once belonged to a family of mortals, it would definitely freak out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Now that the magical beasts could not even see or detect the starry abyss, they had become absolutely defenseless and powerless under its attacks, and they could only stand there and wait for their turn to be killed. The speed at which Yuan killed the magical beasts suddenly doubled with the starry abyss's unique ability unlocked, and he killed the remaining 10,000 magical beasts in just a few more hours. The source of this content is LitRPG. Calm, meanwhile. Long Yijun and the sect elders waiting outside were almost shaking from anxiety. It's been 4 days since Disciple Yuan stepped onto the 100th floor. Yet he's still inside. I wonder if something happened inside. Long Yijun mumbled with a nervous frown on his face, as he cannot even begin to imagine losing someone as talented as Yuan in just a few days after he'd joined the sect. I hope it's nothing serious. Maybe it's like the tablet of comprehension, where he is given a week to finish. Elder Xuan sighed, trying to convince himself that nothing had happened to Yuan. Can one even die inside the tower? Elder Shan suddenly asked. The magical beasts inside are merely illusions. Although they can hurt you slightly from the impact, they cannot kill you. At least I have never heard of a disciple dying inside the tower before. The tower won't allow a disciple to die while inside. It will automatically stop the trial if it deems the disciple to be in a dangerous situation, Long Yijun said. But things could be different on the 100th floor. Bai Ling said, after all, none of us have been to the 100th floor before, so we cannot rule out that possibility. The place immediately turned silent. However, the very next moment the tower suddenly began trembling. Eh? What's happening? New novel chapters are published on lightnovelpub.com. Before anyone there could even react, the 100th floor emitted a golden light, and a semi-transparent golden dragon suddenly escaped the tower and appeared in the sky directly above the Dragon Essence Temple, shocking all of the disciples there and even people outside the sect. This golden dragon flew a few circles around the Dragon Essence Temple before flying higher into the sky and disappearing from the people's view. However, a sound that resembled a dragon's roar could be heard a few moments later that echoed thousands of miles away, sending chills down the spine of everyone that heard it. Heavens, what on earth was that just now? Long Yijun cried out loud afterward, feeling his body rapidly heating up and his heart throbbing like war drums. Meanwhile, disciples all around the Dragon Essence Temple could all see a golden tower standing majestically in the outer court, as the tower itself had suddenly changed appearance too. Look over there! That's the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower. The highest floor is emitting a golden light. Does this mean someone had managed to clear all 100 floors in the tower? Impossible! Who could have done such a thing? Nearly every disciple in the sect began making their way to the outer court to see what was going on and witness for themselves the disciple who'd managed to achieve this incredible feat. Just like the tablet of comprehension and the silver tree, the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate has also become golden. Elder Xuan exclaimed, H, he really did it. Disciple Yuan really defeated all 100 floors in the tower, becoming the first person in history to achieve such a grand feat. Long Yijun stared at the tower that had all 100 floors, emitting a golden light with a gawking look on his face. Updated from Light Novel Pub, see Sectmaster. This is going to be troublesome. I have just received intel that many powerful figures from the other elite sects are approaching the Dragon Essence Temple, Bai Ling suddenly said to him. Furthermore, the disciples from the inner court are also heading to this place. What a pain in the ass. Long Yijun immediately retrieved his jade slip and activated it with his spiritual sense before speaking in a loud and domineering voice. This is the sect master speaking. Any disciple that approaches the carp leaping over Dragon's Tower will immediately have their disciple status stripped regardless of their status. This includes sect elders too. I repeat, stay away from the tower. Long Yijun broadcasted his voice throughout the sect to every disciple like some sort of in-game announcement, and all of the disciples that wanted to approach the tower immediately halted their movements and no longer dared to continue forward. Dealing with the disciples in the sect isn't much of an issue, but for those outside the sect, we'll have to prepare for them, Elder Yuan said. It is what it is. I knew Disciple Yuan wouldn't be able to keep his talents hidden for long, but we'll still try our best to protect his identity until the Mystic Realm opens. Once that happens, the people managing the Mystic Realm will definitely be able to protect him, Long Yijun said, and he continued, Elder Yuan, stay here until Disciple Yuan comes out. As for the rest of us, we are going to prepare for our guests. Yes, Sect Master, visit Light Novel Pub. Come for the best novel reading experience, Chapter 154, Dragon Temple Treasure Key, Inside the Tower. Yuan was bombarded with notifications after completing the challenge by defeating 100,000 magical beasts. Congratulations! You have passed the 100th floor of Carp Leaping Over Dragon's Gate in Dragon difficulty, clearing the trial. Congratulations! You have completed the hidden quest Dragon Trial. You have obtained the title Dragon Warrior. Congratulations! You have slain a total of 100,000 monsters. You have obtained the title Elite Monster Slayer. Because of your title Elite Monster Slayer, all of your damage dealt to monsters will be increased by 50%. Monsters will feel more pain from your attacks as your damage to them increases. Your comprehension for flying daggers has reached a new level. Flying daggers, rank, mortal. For more, visit lightnovelpu.com, mastery level 3. Description: control your daggers with spiritual energy and send them flying through the battlefield, slaying your enemies from a distance. Chi consumption will vary depending on how many daggers you control at once and its speed. So you've finally defeated all 100,000 magical beasts, huh? I knew it would have happened sooner or later, but I would have never even imagined that you'd clear the trial with such ease. Congratulations! You have become the first person to completely clear the dragon trial, and as promised, I shall bestow you the key for the treasure room now. The Great One opened its eyes widely, and a golden beam pierced Yuan's head the next moment. You have obtained Dragon Temple Treasure Key. A few seconds later, the Great One blinked, causing the beam to disappear. You now have the key to the treasure room, said the Great One. Now you just need to enter the Dragon Temple and reach the treasure room, which will also be a challenge itself. Thank you, Yuan said. No, I should be thanking you. Thank you for coming here and entertaining me. I wonder how many more years I will have to wait until the next person reaches the 100th floor again. Not that it really matters for me, since I am merely an illusion, so the flow of time doesn't exist for me. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. One more thing. I'm sure that you already have been told about this by the other me, but I'd like to repeat it again. I want you to meet the real me in the upper heavens. If you obtain the legacy within the Dragon Temple and find the real me, you'll be given wealth and treasures that normal people cannot even begin to imagine. Yuan nodded and said, Don't worry, I'll definitely try to look for the real you once I reach the upper heavens. The Great One then said, Very well, the farewell, young genius. You are now being teleported to the first floor. A few seconds later, Yuan disappeared from the 100th floor and reappeared on the first floor again, feeling as though everything that just happened was merely a dream. Once Yuan was gone, the Great One looked at the seemingly borderless sky and mumbled in a solemn voice. He will definitely shake the entire cultivation world with his talents in the future if he hasn't already by now. However, the more talent he has, the more difficult his cultivation path will be, and I truly hope that he'll manage to survive until he meets the real me. I shouldn't do this, but I really want you to meet the real me, so I shall make this an exception and give you an extra reward." The Great One suddenly began glowing and disintegrating into tiny lights like a bunch of scattering fireflies flying towards the sky and disappearing into the distance. Meanwhile, as Yuan approached the exit that was also the exit, the walls in the room began glowing, and tiny golden orbs of light emerged from the walls before flying towards him. New novel chapters are published on LitRPG. What is happening? Yuan watched as the golden orbs floated towards him before going inside his body. You have absorbed a massive amount of qi. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached 7th level Spirit Warrior. 4,000 stats. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached 7th level Spirit Warrior. 4,000 stats. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. New novel chapters are published on LitRPG. You have reached 8th level Spirit Warrior, plus 4,500 stats. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached 9th level Spirit Warrior. Meet 5,000 stats, 7,451,019,691,520,000 qi. And 9th level Spirit Warrior? Yuan was speechless after realizing that he'd suddenly gained 4 cultivation levels without doing anything. Now, even if he has the Pill of Concealment, he would still be at the 2nd level of the Spirit Warrior realm, which is pretty attention-grabbing for a mere outer court disciple. I'll have to talk to Senior Xuan or one of the sect elders about this. Yuan sighed as he opened the door and walked outside the tower. Follow current novels on LitNovelPub.com. Huh? And to his surprise, almost like Elder Xuan had heard his sigh, Yuan could see Elder Xuan standing in front of the tower and staring at him with an intensive gaze. "Senior Xuan," Yuan called out to him, but alas, before he could even finish speaking, Elder Xuan ran in front of him and grabbed his clothes before running away while dragging along like some kind of toy. "I don't have time to explain right now. Just be quiet and come with me," Elder Xuan said to Yuan in an urgent voice, dumbfounding him. A few minutes later, they arrived at some unfamiliar building in the inner court and entered the building. What's going on, Senior Xuan? Why did we have to run like we're being chased by monsters?" Yuan asked him afterward. Why, you ask? It's all because of you," Elder Xuan sighed out loud after locking the door. Me? Did I do something wrong?" Yuan asked him in a baffled voice, as he doesn't recall doing anything too crazy. Visit Light Novel Pub C for the best novel reading experience. Aya, even though we'd told you to remain low-key until the Mystic Realm, you just had to go and show off your talents at the tower, huh? Elder Xuan shook his head before taking a seat on the couch. "Sit down. I'll explain the situation to you right now." Chapter 155. A Dangerous Situation. Once Yuan took a seat, Elder Xuan continued to speak. "Because of your performance at the Carp Leaping Over Dragon's Gate Tower, it has caught the attention of many, and experts from the other elite sects are currently approaching the Dragon Essence sect even as we speak." "Is that so?" Yuan mumbled in a calm voice, clearly still unable to grasp the situation at hand. Elder Xuan shook his head and sighed. "I know you probably don't understand the dangerous situation you're in right now, so I'll explain it to you again. Do you remember what we told you about remaining low-key until the Mystic Realm? If you're too talented, people will become jealous, and they will do everything in their power to destroy you so that you won't become a threat in the future. However, at the Mystic Realm, if you can attract the attention of the people managing the event, they will be able to protect you, and you might even be able to ascend to the next realm. Spirit Heavens, this place we are currently in, is called the Lower Heavens, and the next realm is called Spirit Heavens, where cultivators above Spirit Grandmaster exists," Elder Xuan said. "Anyway, that isn't important right now. What's important is your safety, Disciple Yuan. The other sects will definitely pressure us into revealing your identity, but you can rest assured that we give your name to them even if we have to fight." I'm sorry, Senior Xuan. I didn't think that I would cause such a commotion by participating in the trial, as I was only trying to experience the sect like a normal disciple. Yuan sighed afterward. Elder Xuan immediately became speechless. Indeed, it wasn't Yuan's fault for going to the tower, as every disciple will eventually challenge it at least once, and nobody could have predicted that Yuan would clear all 100 floors. Nor could they have predicted that the tower would react in such a manner when someone cleared the 100th floor, as it has never happened before. You don't need to blame yourself for this, Disciple Yuan. We want you to continue to experience life as a normal disciple even after this, but you should avoid things in the sect that has a ranking. Elder Xuan said, As for the other elite sects, they will only pressure us, and I doubt there will really be any fighting because our Dragon Essence Temple isn't weak, and the others know of this. They won't risk going to war with us over a single disciple, especially if they don't know your identity, updated from Light Novel Pub. Come, if the sect is really in trouble because of me, I will do something about it myself, Yuan suddenly said. Huh? What do you mean by? Elder Xuan's eyes suddenly widened as he just realized the aura coming from Yuan. Second-level spirit warrior? But you should have consumed the pill of concealment. Does this mean you're actually at the peak level now? 9th-level spirit warrior? Elder Xuan exclaimed in a shocked voice, as he could have never imagined that Yuan would increase his cultivation level by 4 whole levels in a single day. Is this the result of clearing all 100 floors in the tower? Elder Xuan couldn't help but ask. Yuan nodded and said, I think so. Can you tell me what you'd experienced in the tower, especially on the 100th floor? Okay. Yuan then recalled his experience in the tower to Elder Xuan. Dragon difficulty? Only 15 minutes of rest for every 10 floors. 100,000 magical beasts at the peak spirit warrior realm. Elder Xuan began sweating midway through Yuan's experience. Heavens, I don't think I would be able to defeat 100,000 peak-level spirit warrior magical beasts in such a short time, even at my current level. Yet this young man, who was only at the 5th-level spirit warrior realm at the time, was able to achieve such an incredible feat in 4 short days. Elder Xuan looked at Yuan with deep admiration within his gaze. Updated from lightnobald.com. To think you'd experienced such a journey. It's no wonder the founder called the 100th floor terrifying. Elder Xuan sighed, completely unaware that the founder had another challenge, which was much easier than the one Yuan had to endure because Yuan didn't mention the Great One changing the challenge for him. Anyway, I will let the sect master know about this once he's done with our guests. In the meantime, you can stay here until they leave, Elder Xuan said to him. I don't want to risk anything. Okay, once again I apologize for the trouble, Yuan said to him. There's no need for you to apologize, as this is simply how the cultivation world works. Elder Xuan said to him before leaving the building to group up with Long Yijun and the other sect elders so he can assist them in case anything happens. Once Elder Xuan was gone, Feng Yixiao's voice resounded. Don't worry, young master. If anyone dares to try and harm you, I will burn them alive until there's nothing left of them, not even their bones. You don't need to worry about protecting Brother Yuan, because Xiaohua alone is enough to protect him, Xiaohua said afterward. Won't it be problematic if a spirit king like you suddenly starts killing cultivators in the lower heavens? You might even invoke a heavenly tribulation, Feng Yixiao said. I think it would be safer if I, a spirit grand master, protects the young master. After all, I'm more than enough to protect him from most threats in the lower heavens. You don't have to worry about Xiaohua. Xiaohua has permission to be in the lower heavens, and killing a few cultivators won't affect Xiaohua, she responded in a calm voice. Why are we even competing with each other about who should protect the young master? Feng Yixiao sighed. New novel chapters are published on Light and Allpel Pub. Meanwhile, in the sect master's headquarters, Long Yijun sat in his chair while the other sect elders stood beside him like a group of bodyguards, and sitting before them was a group of Spirit Master experts, each of them wearing uniforms belonging to a different sect chapter 156, Blessing in Disguise. Welcome to the Dragon Essence Temple, esteemed guests. How may I help all of you today? Long Yujin spoke with a friendly smile on his face, acting like he didn't know why they were there. You don't have to play dumb, Sect Master Long. You know exactly why we are here.
Spare the ignorance and let us get straight to the point, one of the experts there suddenly said in an arrogant voice. The friendly smile on Long Eugen's face immediately disappeared, and he responded in a cold voice. Then I will be as straight as a sword. You lot coming here was a waste of time. I won't tell you anything, so you can all return to your sects now. Thank you. Don't be like that, Sect Master Long. We are only here because we are concerned about the phenomenon that happened in the Dragon Essence Temple not long ago, said a different individual. Concerned? About what? Why does whatever happens in the Dragon Essence Temple concern the Golden Hand Mountain, or any of you for that matter? Long Yijun said with a puzzled look on his face. Cut the crap, Sect Master Long. We didn't waste transportation treasures to come here just to go back empty-handed. Which disciple cleared all 100 floors in the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower? We all saw it on our way here, a golden tower with all 100 floors emitting a golden light. And who told you to use those transportation treasures? I don't recall inviting any of you to the Dragon Essence Temple. Perhaps I am truly getting old. Long Yijun cleaned his ears with his pinky. You damn old fart! The experts there gritted their teeth in irritation. They knew that it was going to be incredibly hard to get Long Yijun to open his mouth, especially when this is related to someone talented enough to make history. But they didn't expect it to be this difficult. Don't worry, you'll get to meet with this genius at the Mystic Realm in a month. Ha ha ha! Long Yijun laughed out loud, and the sect elders standing beside him couldn't help but lose their composure and giggle like little kids in a serious classroom. So what if he's slightly talented? That's not saying much since he's from this place. I doubt he'll be able to affect the Dragon Essence Temple's ranking in the Mystic Realm even if he can clear all 100 floors in the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate. In fact, I bet my disciples will be able to do the same. One of the sect masters there suddenly exclaimed, Oh, is that so? Are you willing to bet on that? Long Yijun's eyes suddenly flickered with profoundness. When the sect master saw Long Yijun's confident grin, he said, Good. What do you want to bet on? Long Yijun suddenly retrieved his spatial ring before taking out a beautiful golden sword from within, and he said afterward, I will bet this dragon-slaying saber that none of your disciples will beat 100 floors. The dragon-slaying saber? You're really going to bet that? The people there were greatly shocked by Long Yijun's offer, and they all swallowed nervously when they felt the overbearing aura emitting from the golden saber. The dragon-slaying saber is a divine-grade treasure that has been passed down from sect masters to sect masters in the Dragon Essence Temple, and it was unthinkable to them that Long Yijun would be bold enough to gamble such a precious treasure. Ha ha ha! Good. Since you're so confident, I shall also be confident. The other sect master also retrieved his spatial ring before taking out a long green spear. That's the divine bamboo spear. Sect Master Wang is also going to gamble his divine-grade treasure. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovel.com. Hey, let me join. I also want my disciples to participate in this fun, another sect master suddenly said. What are you talking about, Sect Master Chang? How are we going to split the dragon-slaying saber if you join? We can worry about the share later. Sect Master Chang laughed. Long Yijun laughed inwardly when he saw these sect masters acting so confident that they would win if clearing all 100 floors of the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower was so simple he wouldn't dare to gamble with the dragon-slaying saber. Ha ha ha! These fucking idiots! If the founder, who was widely known as the #1 genius in his era, couldn't clear the tower, what makes these idiots think their disciple can? Long Yijun tried his best to not burst out laughing, as this was an incredible chance for him to earn 2 divine-grade treasures at once. Since it's like this, I also want in. Another person there suddenly stepped forward. Me too. Fuck it. Since you're all going in, I'll also put my foot forward, updated from lightnovel.pub.com. In just a few minutes, all of the guests there have decided to send their disciple to the Dragon Essence Temple to challenge the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower. Meanwhile, the sect elders from the Dragon Essence Temple looked at each other with disbelief in their gaze. Are they really going to earn this much treasure from this event? Perhaps this event is actually a blessing in disguise. What about it, Sect Master Long? Are you willing to let our disciples challenge the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower? If you win this bet, you'll get to obtain many divine-grade treasures and other priceless artifacts. If you lose, you'll only be losing one divine-grade treasure. How do I know that you'll keep your words if I actually win? I want a blood oath from everyone participating in this." Long Yijun suddenly exclaimed, "What? You want our blood oath?" The other sect masters there looked at each other with a surprised expression on their face. "If you can't do it, then you can forget about participating in the event." Long Yijun spoke with a firm look on his face, causing the others to frown. Chapter 157, Blood Oath. When the sect masters there hesitated after hearing the words blood oath, Long Yijun coldly sneered. "It appears that you guys are all bark and no bite. Forget it. I never expected much from a bunch of spineless old frogs anyway." "Wait a damn second. Sect Master Long, who are you calling spineless? Since you are so confident, then watch as my disciples wipe that smug off your damn face, and I am well aware of what you're trying to do here. Don't think you can earn so many treasures so easily, because as long as a single disciple from one of our sects manages to clear all 100 floors, it'll be our victory." Sect Master Wang exclaimed. Long Yijun nodded and said, "I don't mind. However, each sect can only bring 3 disciples to participate. After all, I don't have the time to let every disciple in your sect challenge the tower." 3 disciples from each sect, huh? What do you guys think? Sect Master Wang turned to look at the other sect masters. You're being more generous than I'd anticipated." Sect Master Long. "To think you'd be generous enough to give each of us 3 chances instead of just 1, I will bow to that. However, you have just dug yourself an even deeper hole by giving us more chances, since that's the case. I am willing to do a blood oath." "Me too, especially if only a single disciple is needed to clear all 100 floors." A few moments later, Long Yijun then said, "Very well, then let me be the first to do my blood oath." Long Yijun suddenly stood up and used the dragon-slaying saber to cut a small opening in his thumb before speaking out loud while staring at the ceiling. "I, Long Yijun, under this blood oath, and with heaven as a witness, swear that if a single disciple from the sects that belong to these individuals before me manages to clear all 100 floors in the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, that I will forfeit my dragon-slaying saber." Long Yijun allowed a droplet of his blood to fall on the floor after his sentence ended, but surprisingly, the blood did not touch the floor and splatter as one would expect. Instead, the blood went right through the floor and disappeared somewhere. "I have done my blood oath. If you dare to participate in this bet, swear a blood oath." Long Yijun looked at the sect masters there and spoke in a domineering voice. "This content is taken from Leitnov L. Pub." Sect Master Wang then stepped forward and swore, "I, Wang Mingqing, under this blood oath, and with heaven as a witness, swear that if none of the disciples from our sect can clear all 100 floors of the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, that I will forfeit this divine bamboo spear in my hands." Sect Master Wang dropped his blood onto the floor, and it also disappeared into the floor like Long Yijun's blood. Another sect master there stepped forward and began another blood oath. "I, Chang Hai, under this blood oath, and with heaven as a witness, swear that if none of the disciples from our sect can clear all 100 floors of the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, that I will forfeit this blood moon cleaver." In just a few minutes, nearly every sect master there swore a blood oath. What are you guys waiting for? If you guys participate, we'll have more chances. Even if we have to share the dragon-slaying saber with all of us here, it will definitely be worth it. And there's simply no way that our disciples won't be able to clear such a childish trial. Sect Master Wang looked at the rest of the sect masters there that didn't want to participate and encouraged them. However, these sect masters remained hesitant and suspicious about the whole situation. While none of them knew just how difficult the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower truly was, they could feel an ominous feeling coming from Long Yijun's nonchalant expression. "Screw it. If you're too afraid to participate, then don't. It just means that we'll have fewer people to share the wealth with afterward." Sect Master Wang sneered. "So a total of 4 sects will be participating in this bet, huh?" "Very well." Send your disciples here to challenge the tower before the end of the month, as I'd rather have this resolved before the mystic realm begins. Don't worry, they'll definitely be here to take away your dragon-slaying saber, Sect Master Wang said before turning around and leaving the place. This content is taken from LitRPG. Make sure you clean that dragon-slaying saber before you hand it to us. Sect Master Long. Ha ha ha. Sect Master Cheng laughed out loud as he walked away. Some time later, once the guests were long gone, Long Yijun returned to his seat and closed his eyes, seemingly deep in his thoughts. The sect elders also took a seat in their own chairs. A few moments later, everybody in the room burst out laughing collectively. Ha ha ha! These idiots really believe that their disciples can clear all 100 floors in the tower. These fucking idiots have no idea what they're going up against. Bai Ling laughed out loud. We've really struck gold this time. To think we'd earn 4 divine-grade treasures without needing to do a damn thing. This is practically free money. Jin Ming slapped his legs as he laughed hysterically. Sometime later, Elder Shan spoke. Although obtaining 4 divine-grade treasure is a good thing, Sect Master Wang and the others definitely won't forfeit their treasure so easily. We can expect some hostility from them afterward. Elder Shan is right. Long Yijun nodded and continued. They'll definitely do whatever they can to retrieve the treasures once they lose it, so we'll have to prepare for that. Luckily for us, even though they're also elite sects, they aren't powers that we cannot handle, and I doubt they are going to immediately start a war with us over a divine-grade treasure. Chapter 158, 9th Level Spirit Warrior. What happened here? Where are the guests? Did they leave already? Elder Xuan showed up at the scene a few minutes after the other sect masters left. Oh, Elder Xuan, you've missed it. The Dragon Essence Temple is about to be rich, Bai Ling said to Elder Xuan with a broad smile on his face. Rich? How so? Elder Xuan sat down before looking at Bai Ling with raised eyebrows. Well, this is what happened while you were away. Bai Ling proceeded to explain to Elder Xuan what had transpired not long ago about how the other sect masters have decided to send 3 disciples from each sect to challenge the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, and if none of the disciples can clear 100 floors, they will each forfeit a divine-grade treasure. However, if a single disciple from any of the participating sects manages to clear 100 floors in the tower, the Dragon Essence Temple will forfeit the dragon-slaying saber. Heavens! You actually dared to use the dragon-slaying saber in a gamble, Sect Master? Elder Xuan looked at Long Yijun with disbelief on his face. The dragon-slaying saber is one of few precious treasures left behind by the founder over 100,000 years ago before his disappearance, and it was unthinkable that Long Yijun would dare to risk it in a gamble, though, unless they have someone even half as talented as Disciple Yuan, they will struggle to reach even the 99th floor. As for the 100th floor, ha ha ha, that's plain impossible unless they're as talented as Disciple Yuan. Elder Xuan laughed. Everybody in the room looked at Elder Xuan with wide eyes, as this is the first time they've seen him laugh in such a manner. New novel chapters are published on LitRPG. Elder Xuan, did you perhaps ask Disciple Yuan about the 100th floor? Elder Xuan asked him. I certainly did, and it shocked me speechless when I heard about his experience in the tower. Elder Xuan continued to laugh. Stop teasing us and share it with the rest of us already. What kind of challenge exists on the 100th floor? Long Yijun said to him. Elder Xuan nodded and cleared his throat before he recalled what Yuan said to him. Not only did Disciple Yuan have to ascend the tower at the highest difficulty set by the tower, but he also had to slay magical beasts at the spirit warrior level on every single floor. Furthermore, he only had 10 minutes to clear each floor or he would automatically fail the challenge. To top it all off, he was only allowed 15 minutes of rest for every 10 floors. Heavens, what kind of ridiculousness is that? Even I didn't have such restrictions when I challenged the tower, Long Yijun exclaimed in a terrified voice. Me neither. I had 15 minutes to rest after every floor, and I had unlimited time to clear each floor. 10 minutes per floor is simply impossible for me.
especially after the 70th floor. Bai Ling said, "Did you forget how fast Disciple Yuan cleared the tower? Not including the 100th floor. He did it in only a couple of hours. It took me nearly an entire week to reach the 85th floor." Elder Shan sighed with admiration in her gaze. "What about the 100th floor, Elder Xuan?" Xin Ming asked him. "The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. The 100th floor." Elder Xuan took a deep breath before speaking in a slow but clear voice. Disciple Yuan, he had to defeat a total of 100,000 peak-level spirit warrior magical beasts. 100 what? Everybody in the room exclaimed in a terrified voice, sounding like they'd just witnessed their ancestor climbing out of their tomb. Not only did he have to defeat 100,000 magical beasts, but he also only had 24 hours to rest. Once he uses up that 24 hours, he would no longer be able to rest. I don't know about you guys, but I wouldn't dare to claim that I can achieve such a feat at my current level, even if you gave me a week of rest time, and I am a spirit master, whilst Disciple Yuan is only a spirit warrior. Elder Xuan shrugged. A 5th-level spirit warrior defeating 100,000 peak spirit warrior. I am beginning to believe that Disciple Yuan might belong to one of the 4 ancient families, Bai Ling mumbled. 4 ancient families. I doubt even they would have someone as freakish as Disciple Yuan. This young man is probably an immortal in disguise, Xin Ming spoke with a sweaty feeling. It's no wonder the founder called it terrifying. I wouldn't dare to step on the 100th floor, even if I can now that I know what's waiting there. Elder Shan sighed. 100,000 magical beasts. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. There's absolutely 0 chance for those idiots now. Long Yijin stood up and burst out laughing like some kind of maniac. Sometime later, Elder Xuan spoke. "Oh, right. One more thing, you're going to have to give Disciple Yuan an even stronger concealment pill. Elder Shan?" "Eh? Why?" Elder Shan raised her slender eyebrows. "Because he is now at the peak of the spirit warrior realm. I think clearing the tower had significantly improved his cultivation base." Elder Xuan said, "Peak of the spirit warrior realm?" Elder Shan stood up from shock, as did the other people there. But he's only like, what, 18 years old? That's ridiculous. At this rate, he'll reach Spirit Master before the Mystic Realm even opens," Xin Ming mumbled in a dazed voice. "Luckily for us, the Mystic Realm doesn't limit participants by their cultivation base, but their age instead," Long Yijun said. "Anyway, you guys can continue to prepare for the Mystic Realm. I shall stay here for a few more days, just in case there are more guests later." "Yes, Sect Master." Long Yijun then turned to look at Elder Xuan and said, "I'll leave Disciple Yuan in your hands." Elder Xuan nodded and said with a smile on his face, "Don't worry, I'll take care of him as if he's my own grandson." Chapter 159, Recruitment. "Sorry for making you wait, Disciple Yuan, but you are free to go now that the guests have left. And fortunately for all of us, nothing significant had occurred," Elder Xuan said to Yuan after returning to his side. "Just remember, don't tell anybody that you were the one who cleared the tower today, no matter what. And don't approach something that has a ranking. We cannot risk having your identity leaked before the Mystic Realm." Elder Xuan gave him another reminder. Yuan nodded and said, "Don't worry, Senior Xuan, I won't do anything that might jeopardize my life as a disciple." "Oh," Yuan suddenly stopped speaking, and then he continued, "Disciple Min, my neighbor, she knows I was supposed to enter the tower after her." "Disciple Min Li from the 7 legacy families?" Elder Xuan immediately frowned. "This is going to be troublesome and complicated," he sighed a moment later. "Why would it be complicated?" "I can speak with her and ask her to not tell anyone," Yuan said. Elder Xuan shook his head and said, "The 7 legacy families is not as simple as you think. Even as a Grand Elder, I cannot approach her as I please. Furthermore, the 7 legacy families are always looking for talented individuals to join their family, even fighting with each other at times over individuals, and I cannot imagine that Min Li would intentionally hide your existence from her family, since it will greatly improve her position within the family."
Her family recruits talented people? Why would they do that? They're not a sect, right? Yuan asked Elder Xuan. They may not be a sect, but that doesn't mean they have no reason to recruit talented individuals to further expand their own family's power and influence. In fact, large families like them tend to take recruiting talents more seriously than sects. Elder Xuan said follow current novels on Light Novel PubCom. Anyway, don't let my words stop you. If you think you can convince Min Li to keep your identity a secret, then by all means try. Even if she lets her family know, your identity should be safe for a while, since I doubt the Min family would be stupid enough to reveal your talents for their competitors until they can secure you. If the Min family cannot persuade you to join their family, then they might threaten to reveal your identity. Try to stall them until the mystic realm if they do approach you. Yuan nodded. I'll keep that in mind. Sometime later, Elder Xuan left the scene, and Yuan returned back to his own living quarters. However, as one would have expected, a familiar figure approached Yuan and blocked his path the moment she saw his figure from afar. Come with me. This is not a good place to speak, Min Li said to him before turning around and entering her own home. Yuan nodded. I also wanted to talk with you. Yuan then followed Min Li into her home with an innocent and calm look on his face. If it were anyone else in his shoes right now, they'd be too nervous to enter Min Li's home alone. Once they were inside, Min Li pointed at the couch and said, Sit down. I'll go brew us some tea. Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. After Yuan sat down, Min Li went into the kitchen to brew some tea. A couple of minutes later, she returned with a whole pot of tea and 2 pretty teacups. Here, don't worry, I didn't poison or anything like that, Min Li said to him. Yuan raised his eyebrows after hearing her words. Why would she say something like that? It was not as though he was expecting her to poison him in the first place. A few moments later, the two of them began sipping on the tea without talking to each other for a few more minutes until Yuan placed down the teacup and sighed in a satisfied voice. Ha! That was some great tea. Thank you, it's a family speciality, Min Li said after she placed her own teacup down. Anyway, what did you want to talk to me about? Yuan asked her afterward. It will be a little long, so you can go first. You also wanted to say something to me, right? Min Li said to him, Visit likenovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Yuan nodded and said, I'd appreciate it if you can keep what happened today a secret. For various reasons, I cannot let people know that I was the one who cleared the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower today, as it might affect my life as a normal disciple in the sect. Min Li looked at him with a dumbfounded look on her face. A normal disciple, you? What kind of a joke is that? Would a normal disciple destroy training puppets with mortal rank techniques? Would a normal disciple clear all 100 floors in the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower? Who are you, really? I don't know what else to tell you since I have already said that I don't belong to any powerful family. Yuan said as he scratched his head, and he continued, I'm just someone trying to enjoy life in this world while also trying to understand the cultivation world better. Min Li turned silent after hearing his words, and after a long moment of silence, Min Li spoke with a serious look on her face. If what you said just now is true, that you don't belong to any powerful family, then why don't you join my family? Yuan widened his eyes when he heard Min Li's words, but he wasn't shocked because of her words. Instead, he was surprised at how Elder Xuan was right on the mark regarding Min Li and how she might try to recruit him to join her family. If you join the Min family, you'll receive endless resources from the family to assist your cultivation, and if you receive enough support from the family, there's even a good chance that you will get to travel to the upper heavens and join the Min family that's there. Chapter 167, Legacy Families. If you manage to get accepted by the Min family in the upper heavens, they will be able to supply you with even better cultivation resources, and your cultivation will soar at a speed that one cannot even begin to imagine. The Min family is also a powerful family in the upper heavens, so you will have their backing. Hearing Min Li's words, Yuan shook his head and said, Although I am humbled that you'd invite someone like me to your family,
I don't think I'm ready to join any factions for real yet, as I don't want my freedom to be limited. Min Li frowned at his words, and she spoke. Then why did you join the Dragon Essence Temple? Your actions do not match your words. Disciple Yuan. I only joined because they promised me that they wouldn't restrict my freedom and that I am allowed to leave the sect whenever I want. In other words, I am not required to give the sect my commitment. Of course, that is not to say I don't care about the sect. Min Li turned silent afterward, and she pondered to herself. While it's not impossible for him to be free in the future, the Min family will most likely restrict his movements for a while to ensure that he doesn't run away, especially if they learn about his unfathomable talents. Some time later, Min Li opened her mouth again. What do you want? Huh? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. I'm asking you what it would take for you to join the Min family. Do you want money? Do you want fame? If you're that kind of person, the Min family can even provide you with as many beautiful women as you want, Min Li said with a cold gaze, updated from Light Novel Pub CO. Yuan was speechless. Why does Min Li seem so desperate trying to recruit him? Does it really matter if I join the Min family or not? I am just a single individual, and there are plenty of talented individuals out there. It would be fine if you ignored one or two of them, right? Why do you want me to join your family so much? Yuan decided to ask her. You have no idea what it means to be part of one of the 7 legacy families. Everything is a competition here. Your performance, your achievements, your contribution. Everything. I don't want to stay in the lower heavens forever, nor do I plan on staying here, and the only way I can leave this place is with my family's help. However, just because I was born in the family doesn't mean I will naturally get their help. I must earn it, and I am currently nowhere near my goal, whilst my siblings are way ahead of me. If I can recruit someone as talented as you into the Min family, it will definitely help me achieve my goal. So please join the Min family. If you want, I will even become your woman. If you join the Min family, they will definitely assign you someone within the family as your wife to keep you there, and I will volunteer to be your wife. No, I will even fight for that position if you want. If I somehow still lose, I will become your concubine instead. Yuan's jaw dropped after Min Li's unexpected outburst and offer. But alas, no matter how much he tried, he simply could not understand Min Li's feelings. Yuan suddenly noticed the glistening tears in Min Li's eyes that were on the verge of falling and sliding off her face, which made him swallow nervously. Give me some time, I need to think about it. Yuan spoke in an awkward voice a moment later. Min Li wiped the tears from her eyes and nodded afterward. Don't worry, I won't reveal your identity, nor did I have the intention to from the start. After all, I cannot risk the other legacy families knowing about your existence before you join the Min family. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. A few minutes later, Yuan left Min Li's house and returned to his own. Xiaohua, Feng, I have a question. Why would someone want to leave the lower heavens to go to the upper heavens? What's up there? Yuan asked them in a pondering voice as he laid on the bed with a dazed look on his face. Most people, cultivators, yearn for the upper heavens because there are more opportunities there compared to this mortal world. The qi in that world is more abundant and dense, allowing cultivators to cultivate many times faster. This also means the treasures that can be found in the upper heavens are more powerful and valuable as they are being nurtured by higher quality qi. It's like giving plants different qualities of fertilizers, and the better quality the fertilizers, the better quality the plant will grow to be. Feng Yuxiang responded to his question. Brother Yuan, for us cultivators, we always strive for constant growth. The lower heavens greatly limit our growth, so it's only natural for cultivators to want to travel to a place that is not as limiting. Xiaohua spoke next. I see. Yuan closed his eyes, seemingly trying to go to sleep. However, Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded again. Young master, if you're thinking about joining one of the 7 legacy families, I highly suggest you refrain from doing that. Why is that? Yuan opened his eyes and asked. I don't know what the 7 legacy families look like in the lower heavens, since I don't interact with them much, but in the upper heavens, They are all incredibly arrogant and self-centered people who will do anything to achieve their goals. I don't want someone like the young master to be affiliated with these kinds of people, as I'm afraid that they might corrupt your mind and soul. The source of this content is lightnovel.pujbu.com. As for what that little girl said, while I didn't detect any lies in her words, you can never be too cautious in the cultivation world.